If we can have your attention, please, we can get started with this. All right, once again, I appreciate everyone's attendance this evening. I appreciate our residents' passion for their community. We're going to have question and answers this evening. We're going to start this end of the table. We're going to work our way around. There will be an actual part for the citizens to come up and speak afterwards. We just ask that you guys act respectfully. We're all here. We're citizens of this town, and we want to make sure that we keep this under wraps. We don't want this getting out of hand. So once again, I appreciate you all coming today. We're going to start this end of the table, and we'll work our way through this. Thanks.
All right. My name is Erin, and I'm going to moderate this meeting. And I'm going to walk through a couple things. So first, if you ask a question to the panel live, please address it in the form of a question. Please keep your voices down when people are asking questions so everyone can hear the question and the answer. Please use respectful language. And once your question or questions have been answered, please return to your seat so the next speaker can have the floor. So there are two ways to ask questions. You can either line up, and I'm sorry for the people who signed in on my sign-in sheet, but I was overruled. We're going to line up and ask the panel questions, or there are written comment cards. They're stacked down here, and there's a stack in the back. If you do not want to stand up and ask the panel questions, you can hand me your questions, and I will ask them to the panel.
All right, good evening. My name is Jeff Lake. I'm a development principal with Cloverleaf Infrastructure. Our business model is powered land development. And what that means is we work through the processes of land agreements, work through the process of power agreements, and work through the process of zoning. At the conclusion of that, our client base is data center operators. Those operators come in different sort of classes and sizes. A lot of our history thus far has been with the term hyperscale developments. And hyperscalers are the large data center operators, household names, your AWS, okay, Amazon, Metas, Microsofts, Googles, OpenAIs, as well as co-location providers, which are data center companies that will build and own a facility and lease it to those same companies that I mentioned. I spoke at a small group planning session, I think it was January 8th, and I'll reiterate again, this is the first step of many. So I definitely appreciate everybody coming out for the Q&A session. We want to focus most of our time and energy on that, on sharing information, answering questions. As such, we're not getting into kind of the details of a full presentation of a site plan, of a project site, because we want to get a little better understanding from our perspective. We have some subject matter experts on this panel to kind of help answer those questions. I guess one opening statement about us as a company, transparency is an important thing for us. We will not ask anybody to sign NDAs. We will not do things in private. We want to have open communications with public and with constituents of this project. Other key things that come up from time to time, we do have an FAQ. I don't know if you guys have seen those that we handed out. I think we had about 400 copies. Hopefully that was enough. If not, they're kind of in the back as I'm looking left-hand corner of the space. That's a lot of the questions that we see when we go to communities such as this that aren't experienced with what data centers are and some of the key elements of those. I'll touch just quickly on a couple of the key elements of that, one of which is water. First and foremost, there are no wells being drilled. There's no injections of chemicals into the ground. Everything we do is based upon municipal water supply. With that, the amount of water consumed has been a significant topic as of late. The city of Troy in their zoning ordinances had put in requirements for a closed loop system. What that means is we are not using water for cooling of the computer equipment in these facilities. There's water put into a closed loop system that's mixed predominantly with glycol. It's very much like your home air conditioning system or your radiator in your car. It's the same sort of principles on how these things are cooled. So fill the system up one time with water. They vary by who the operator is, but it's in the order of magnitude of 1 million gallons of water to fill the system. It's a one-time fill. There's occasionally over time a little bit of a topping off of the water component of it. And that's all regulated, that whole process. It's designed by professional engineers, monitored and controlled by the end user as well as those same engineers. So that was another topic that I wanted to touch was energy and power. The infrastructure needed to feed the power supply to these are solely paid for by the end users. So you all in the room, there's not a requirement for you to share in the costs of that infrastructure to bring new transmission lines and new substations to feed these. The project that we were contemplating is a 500 megawatt facility. Just to put that into context, a 500 megawatt facility is enough power for approximately 300 to 350,000 homes. So it is not like a distribution system. It's a complete transmission system. It's a different characterization of power. We can talk a little more in the QA about what that looks like and where we're at in our power queue. We are working with Ameren and the Southwest Co-op on the studies and reports and are working through that process. So again, we're very early. We're step now 2, I'll say, of many, and looking forward to communicating with you all as we work through this process. With that, I'll hand the mic over to Lewis Linden, also with Cloverleaf.
My name is, can everyone hear me? No? Okay. My name is Lewis Linden. I'm an energy project manager with Cloverleaf, and I'll be answering questions regarding the energy and power.
Good evening. My name is Dave Stryker. I'm project counsel, and looking forward to speaking with all of you this evening. I'm particularly familiar with the statutory rulemaking, those are legal frameworks that go along with data center development, so looking forward to adding that to the mix when appropriate.
Rob Hancock with the City of Troy.
Hello, I'm Tom Sissel. I'm the city engineer with the City of Troy. My job would be in the process would be to review any plans that would, if they are put forward, my job would be to review the plans.
Hi, my name is Jay Keevan. I'm our city administrator here in the City of Troy. I'll be available to answer questions later on. Sorry about that. My name is Jay Keevan. I'm our city administrator for the City of Troy, and I'll be available to answer questions later in the program.
I'm Chris Lesser. I'm the Madison County Board Chairman, and I'll be here to speak about property taxes today.
My name is David Nunn, I'm your mayor.
I think, Chris, do you have something you wanted to share as far as property taxes first, or I think that was the next piece before kind of Q&A. We didn't have a huge formal presentation we wanted to spend. There's a lot of people in the room. We wanted to give as much time as we could for those to ask questions and get answers.
Sure. So before I was elected county chairman, I served 8 years as a county treasurer. So I kind of lived and breathed property taxes and studied them a lot and the impact on our communities. Illinois, as you know, we now have the highest property taxes in the country. And the reason for that is because it's the way we fund our schools. We rely heavily on local property taxes to fund schools, where most states have gone away from that model. So there are 2 ways to significantly reduce property taxes. Property tax reform at the state level or to dramatically expand the tax base. So for years, I've talked about the model that Indiana went to, where they reformed their property taxes, cut their property taxes by 50 to 60% by changing the way they fund schools. They moved to a sales tax model and away from so much reliance on property taxes to fund schools and local pensions. Unfortunately, our state legislature does not have any appetite to make those dramatic changes. I don't know why. I harp on them every chance I get when I talk to them. There's just not an appetite to do that. So the other way that we can dramatically reduce property taxes is expand the tax base in a big way. So if you're a growing community, you're going to see incremental growth in your equalized assessed value of your community. However, most taxing districts, and especially the schools, because they're having to rely so much on property taxes, they're going to capture that growth every single year. And you're never going to see any kind of reduction in your property taxes because they're capturing the growth every year, and sometimes more than just the growth. And so you're never going to see, like I said, you're never going to see any kind of change or relief in your property tax bill. However, if there is a sudden dramatic expansion of your tax base, now there's an opportunity for meaningful property tax reduction. So I live in the Roxana School District. I live in the eastern part of Wood River, but the eastern part of Wood River is in the Roxana School District. So the Phillips 66 refinery, their fence line is about 3 blocks from my backyard. They are the largest property taxpayer in the county. They currently pay a little over $26 million in property taxes on an annual basis. And as a result, the Roxana School District has by far the lowest property tax rate anywhere in the county, of any school district, of the 13 school districts. So if this proposed data center were to be built here, the fair market value, these are conservative numbers, but based on how they've been assessed in places like DeKalb and some other places, the fair market value would be $1.62 billion. The equalized assessed value, I'm going to get into the weeds a little bit, I'm not going to nerd out too much on property taxes here, but the equalized assessed value is always 1/3 of your fair market value, so that would be $540 million. At the current tax rate, combined tax rate here in Troy of 6.986%, the tax bill on the data center would be $37,724,000. That would make them the largest taxpayer in the county by a significant margin. So this is a tax bill for someone in Troy who has a $300,000 home. So your equalized assessed value would be, your EAV would be $100,000. You have your general homestead exemption of $6,000. That takes your taxable value down to $94,000. Your combined tax rate is 6.986%, so the tax bill is $6,566.84. There are other exemptions, obviously, that can be applied if you're over 65, but I wanted to keep it simple like the normal home here. If this data center was built, and the taxing districts all kept their tax levies the same and did not capture any of that growth in revenue, you would see your tax rate plummet to 4.233%, and that tax bill would go down by 39%, almost 40%, to $3,979.30. I also did another assumption, because to assume that no taxing district's gonna try to capture any of that additional growth, what if they took 25% of that? You see your rate's gonna go down to 4.9215%, and you'd see almost a 30% drop in your property tax bill, almost a $2,000 savings. That's on a $300,000 home. On a $500,000 home, you can kind of see the math is very similar. The tax bill currently on a $500,000 home in Troy is $11,223. With a data center, if no one captured any of the growth, all the taxing districts just kept their levies the same, you would go down to $6,800. If they captured some of the growth, 25% of it, you would go down to $7,900. So it's a significant savings. So I'm a cynic, like everyone. I'm probably one of the biggest cynics I know. I don't believe it when I see it type person. And so my question would always be, and probably some of you are asking the same thing, who's to stop these taxing districts from just capturing all that growth anyway? And how do we stop them from doing it? What if they just jack it all the way up and we don't see any savings? Well, that would require a commitment from a public commitment from all of these taxing districts. That would also require, if I was a citizen in Troy, I would require a public pledge from anybody running for office. And then you hold those folks accountable. As a matter of fact, if they didn't sign the pledge, I wouldn't consider them a credible candidate to even run for office. But that is the impact that property taxes would have if a development like a data center were built. And that is, like I said, a way where you could have meaningful impact on property tax reduction. Other than reforming it at the state level, a significant increase in your property, in your equalized assessed value is the only way you're going to see really meaningful reform in property taxes.
Great, thanks, Chris. One thing along the same lines, a term that we use is community benefits, and that comes in many forms and shapes. And one of those that has been discussed at some level of detail with the city staff is property taxes, and what sort of meaningful benefits are there for the community. That's one of them. Another piece of community benefits that we're looking into is how can we provide some support for other services and other organizations within the community, and that's also part of our process ahead. How can we find meaningful ways to invest in the community? And that's above and beyond the jobs and the property taxes. So no specifics of that at this point. Again, we're very early in that process, but it is something that we would expect to work through with the city and the community. With that was really the end of our kind of program. I think at this stage, I'll turn it over to Aaron for how we're going to move into the Q&A session. We do have a mixture of questions that were emailed in, note cards, as well as the podium. So she may intermittently stop somebody as they're approaching to slide in a couple other questions that have been supplied to us. So with that, I'll turn it over to Aaron.
All right. Who's going to be our first questioner? Come on down.
My name is Marie, and I live in the Pond Meadows subdivision, which sorry, that was loud. My name is Wendy Penrod, and I actually live in the Pond Meadows subdivision, which will eventually butt up to this potential data center. So it's just going to ruin our property values. So I want to say, first of all, I don't want this. Secondly, my question is for you, Chris. Why did you turn this down in Wood River? Why do you want this in any other city in the county except for the one that you live in? How dare you do this in our area? We are really community, we need to stay in our community. So we don't have any right to do this, especially when Highland is right down the road begging for this to come. So how dare you?
Can I answer that question? Yep.
Please do, please.
I didn't choose where these developers come. They did not come to Wood River, I can tell you that, and Wood River would love to have a data center. I can promise you that.
All right.
And I don't want to force anything on any community. If a community doesn't want it, they can move to it.
I'll touch real quickly on this topic of how we look at siting data centers, because I think that's germane. It's not picking favorites, it's not picking communities, it's all based upon power. We look at areas like Metro East. It's an underserved area from a data center perspective. We also look at the amount of capacity in the transmission grids. We look at substations and what they have for capacity, and that's how we start our siting. So it's not at the first look community based, it's based upon energy. Yes, ma'am, I think you had a question.
Okay, yes, my name is Michelle Falvey. My question is, in communities where the data centers have gone in, could you please name at least 3 communities where the tax values, the property, the taxes went down based on revenue from the data center, not from the properties decreasing in value? Because I think my property is going to go down, and then my taxes are going to go down, and then it's going to look like the data center. But can you name at least 3 communities for me? So that I can do some research and find out exactly what happened in those communities?
I would probably start in Northern Virginia, Boynton, Virginia. That's kind of known as the data center hub of kind of the U.S. There is a ton of them, and you can also see the generation of how data centers have evolved, of what the buildings look like and how they've migrated through their lifespan. DeKalb is a close one as well. That's in the same state. That would be a good one. I'd probably start with those two areas.
But I'm just looking at tax values going down based on revenue created from the data center, not because the property values going down. But Boynton and DeKalb in Virginia, you said?
DeKalb in Illinois.
Okay.
And Boynton in Northern Virginia.
Okay.
And if it's something we can also follow up after this with a listing if there's a lot of questions on this area of other places to do your research.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
My name is Doug Warner. I got two questions. One for the person over here. Property taxes. You gave us some examples of what it's going to be, and then after they move in, what the property tax is going to be after that. But you did, just like the first lady asked, is that house might be worth $300,000 now, but as soon as you build that out there, that's going to drop down to maybe even half that, or even more. You know, it's like, do I pay more property taxes, or do I give up $150,000 or $200,000 in revenue for my house? And then back to over here, you said as far as the grid and electrical power coming in, the end user's gonna pay for all that. What happens once that's built? Who's gonna help pay for all that power coming in? Is that data center gonna pay for all that extra electricity, or is it gonna be put onto the community?
Simply put, and I'll have Lewis maybe add to this, as far as the infrastructure and also the power consumption, that is all paid specifically by the data center. They'll have a special rate structure that they've created that will account for those upfront costs, whether they're paid for the infrastructure, upfront, or if that's put into the rates that are created for that. It's not the same rate class as consumers, as residences. It's a different formula and different structure. All of those energy costs are paid for by the data center company, and all of those upfront infrastructure costs are either funded upfront or built into those rates. Lewis, is there anything you want to add? I'm a development and land person. He's the energy expert, so I'll let him add a little more color to that.
All I'll add is we're working with Southwestern Electric Co-op to have a rate specifically designed for data centers, which will ensure that the data centers pay for the electricity costs and all new infrastructure costs.
And how about our costs? Are they going to stay the same, or are they going to go? You know that?
We don't control the. We're doing everything we can to ensure there's no unintended consequences from the data center. Yep. The data center will pay their own.
Can't hear anything.
We're doing everything we can to ensure there's no unintended rate consequences from the data center. And working on the rate with the co-op is the first step in that process.
Okay, I got one more question, sorry about that. As far as Cloverleaf goes, you're gonna promise all these, benefits from having this data center there, okay? Once you build this data center, you're gone. Do the people that occupy that data center, are they gonna abide by all the promises that Cloverleaf stated?
Yes, the process, and maybe Dave can speak to this a little bit too, but the process for that is a pre-development and a development agreement. And all of those things and commitments are identified and put into paper and part of the approval process that would also be approved simultaneously with zoning. So if there's a zoning approved down the line, if that happened, there would be also a development agreement or a pre-development agreement that set the table. If here's the expectations and what carries on with this zoning, these things have to happen. Maybe, Dave, you might add in just a little bit to that.
Yes. Again, following up on what Jeff said, that would be typical in the development context. We would ensure that happens here, that the follow-on user would step into the shoes of Cloverleaf and assume all responsibilities, promises, et cetera, that were made.
Who is?
The follow-on user would step into the shoes. You asked about how do we make sure that the promises Cloverleaf makes are basically put on the end user of the facility, correct? And we would contemplate that in the agreements. Also, we're going to enter into likely an MOU with the Illinois Department of Commerce, and the same thing would apply there. So the legal agreements would contemplate the issue that you're concerned about and make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay, thank you.
Can I also address the property value thing? Because that was a question that I've had, and we've been looking into that and researching. So our county assessor has been pulling property records for sales for the one in DeKalb. So there are two pretty nice neighborhoods right next to the data center there. I mean, you can hit a golf shot into it. And so far, she found 10 sales in 2025, and there were they were all still at market rate. So we're gonna have a complete list where everybody can examine that. It's not just me saying it. Because I never promise you would never support anything that's gonna negatively affect property values.
I'm gonna hop in really quick with one from email. This one's for Jeff. What happens with the data center? What happens when the data center closes in 10 to 20 years because of updated technology? Who is responsible for demolition, cleanup, and reuse of the site?
All right, good question. Data centers have a lot of equipment inside of them. They have chips that have a lifespan of approximately 5 years. And the evolution of data centers, I mentioned that Northern Virginia is a good example. Look that up on Google Earth or whatever tool you use to research that. What happens at the end of that 5-year period is they'll bring in new chips. Silicon has a lifespan, and when it's exposed to heat like they are, they break down over time. So approximately every 5 years, they resupply these with new chips. As technology changes, what happens is those chips are a little more efficient. It's the same amount of power, and what happens is they end up putting in fewer racks of servers, and there's more hallway and open space within the facility. The shell is still the same, the power feed and demand is still the same. And again, that happens every 5 years. To the best of our knowledge, there hasn't been any data centers of that scale that have been built and have been decommissioned and torn apart and taken down. One other point on that too. I lost my train of thought. Sorry, was there anything else on that question?
Who's responsible for demolition?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Again, on that, it's a core and a shell that we believe has some purpose beyond that. They don't go, to the best of our knowledge, there hasn't been any that have gone dark. I think I keep losing my train of thought. My apologies. If it comes back to it, I'll hit it on the next pause in action. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is John, and I had a couple of questions mainly about, so when you speak about the agreements and the MOU for making sure that people abide by the agreements that Cloverleaf has made. So if no companies want to move in because of the agreements that you've made, would that mean that to get somebody to occupy it, you would have to compromise those agreements after the fact to make sure that people would move in and we would actually get some value out of this?
I can speak to that a little bit because the agreements would likely be multi-layered, one of which would be zoning approvals through special use.
Sure.
And that permit would have to be contemplated to be transferable to the end user who would live within that permit envelope. The MOU with the state would be the same, and that would be investment levels, job creation, et cetera. A third layer might be, as Jeff mentioned, a community benefit or some other type of agreement, which would be arm's length and also contain assignment provisions.
So again, as long as they want to, as long as there's a company that also wants to agree to all the agreements that Cloverleaf made, then it would be fine. Otherwise, there would have to be new agreements made after the fact.
I think you're exactly right.
Okay.
You know, we know the market and would build in our agreements what we think our users would look.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll maybe add just a little bit of that, of our process ahead. If again, there's a lot of things to take place, and I'll share experiences from other projects that we've successfully worked through and brought in users on. When we are nearing, the end of the zoning process, we have a sales process where we will bring in those end users, introduce them to the opportunity, garner that interest. If we get to that point and there's no interest from those users and we're not in negotiations for here's what the project is, we wouldn't take it all the way through zoning and purchase the ground. So at that point, it could go stale, but it would be before all of these things were in place.
So you wouldn't build if you didn't have someone that was willing to make the agreements?
We, as Cloverleaf, we are not building, we are bringing in the end users that do. And we would not have that, if there wasn't interest from those end users, we wouldn't complete our process of the zoning and all the other agreements that you mentioned.
How long has Cloverleaf been coordinating these kinds of things?
We have been formed in, I think, July of last year of 2024, so a relatively new company.
You can speak to about a year and a half.
With that said, let me get to the next part. So a couple of our principals, our Chief Development Officer was the Global Data Center Development Manager for Microsoft for 8 years and also for Meta for 2 years. And the founder of our company, one of the founders, was employee number 1 at Microsoft in energy. So as far as understanding data centers, we have a ton of experience, albeit we're a new company. Our understanding of this space is not new.
Okay. And my last question really is, so there was some social media action to encourage all of our wonderful union folks to come out and support this tonight. My question for you is, because there's no state regulation saying you have to use union laborers, how do you guarantee that these folks are out here supporting a plan that is going to go to the unions?
Sure, great question. Obviously, there's a strong turnout from the unions, so there's obviously a good labor force here that's in the unions. So what happens with these, when the end users go to build, they have a list of preferred contractors that they work with. Those preferred contractors are big name companies that are accustomed to working in all kinds of communities, including those that are unions. At that point, they work through their labor agreements and engage as much local workforce as they can, which it appears as though there will be a lot of union folks involved in that.
There would definitely be a lot of union folks that would want to be involved in it. But if I hear you correctly, while it's important for you to spread the labor around, you can't guarantee that any of these folks would even have a chance to do this work.
I would be shocked if they didn't. Guarantee is a tough word to say since we're not the one building it. But it would be shocking if they didn't immediately reach out to unions, because they want as much local labor as they can for a lot of reasons. There is a tremendous amount of electricians in most markets you go to. They do have to supplement that with outside, but you always want to work local first.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Mr. Lake, it's nice to meet you in person. We exchanged several emails about a month ago. My name is Ken Jackson. I couldn't help but notice that when I started to become critical of this project, I ceased receiving any correspondence from anyone at Cloverleaf. You talk about transparency as a value, but once I went from being just an IT project manager who might be supportive of this to being critical, it no longer was in your best interest to respond to me. So I'll ask some questions. I won't bother to bring those ones up because you clearly don't want to answer them. So, first off, you talked about chip breakdown. Chip breakdown is a substantial problem in water. As that water breaks down those chips, it goes into that water supply, which requires it to be recycled at some point. You said this is a one-time fill of 1 million gallons. How long until you have to replace that 1 million gallons?
I'll maybe just hit the first point, Mr. Jackson. I don't believe I've not answered any of your questions. If I have, I apologize. I believe I've went through 2 rounds of fairly extensive and lengthy questions and responded to all of those. With regard to your other question on closed loop systems, to the best of my knowledge, none of these systems have had to be changed out. If they do, there's a process for that will involve a holding tanks to place it in. And thank you, Mr. Keevan. He kind of mentioned this as well. The water will evaporate off, the glycol will be left in the tank and then disposed of in a proper environmental fashion.
Okay, so you said you didn't respond to anything I didn't say. However, there was a FOIA request, which I copied all of these individuals on, so that's how my information was made public, and I was contacted by several people because of the emails to each of you and through those emails. I never received a response. I never received a response from anyone at the city. I'll move on from that point. Let's see, next. First, you brought subject matter experts, which I appreciate. Who will be populating the data center equipment in the building?
The end user.
So you're not going to populate it. So you can't answer what hardware will be installed, number of servers, how many racks, rows, et cetera, are going to be installed in this facility.
I can, and if they were here and you asked them that direct question, they wouldn't answer it because it's a very secured system and they don't share that information.
Sure, so that's really hard then to calculate how much power you're going to use, isn't it?
It's not actually.
They do all the calculation and they match their equipment.
From the power that's supplied, they match the equipment to that. There's a lot of different factors. If you want to send me some follow-up emails, I'll have our energy experts answer that for you.
But you don't have the end user yet. You don't know what they're going to install.
Correct.
So
They work off those powers.
Okay. Power consumption at 500 megawatts, is that expected to be a fraction of the max capacity, or you're expecting expansion at some point?
At this point, that's the power we've requested from Ameren. So any expansion, if it were requested, would have to go back through the process of the queue requests and through all the same process that we've been working on for several months.
We are not contemplating an expansion. It would be 500 megawatts, which would be the max.
So to our city leadership, is that going to be written in extensively to these special use permits that you've talked about at length?
The special use permits will outline quite a bit, including the amount of power that they can utilize. So if they wanted to come back to put in a larger system, they would have to come back through that process again.
So you would establish a limit and then you would reconsider how much they would want.
If they wanted to come back or make any changes to the special use permit that was issued, which would include a myriad of things to include power usage, yes.
Okay. Tom, it's Tom, right? City engineer?
Yes.
Do you have any experience with data centers?
No, I do not.
Have you worked on a project or supervised a project of this magnitude or anywhere near its scale before?
I have not worked on a data center project. I've worked on large projects, but not data center projects.
Can you give an example of something that would be comparable?
I've worked in this area for 25 years. The largest projects I've worked on are the interchange projects at Gateway Commerce Center Drive in the Pontoon Beach Edwardsville Warehouse District.
So we're talking highway transportation projects.
I'm a civil engineer, and my role would be to review the site plan, which is also highway transportation parking. I've worked on several parking projects, landscaping, lighting, things like that. I'm not reviewing the power calculations or anything like that, if that answers your question.
It does. So who would be doing that?
We would, as a city, engage professional support.
So a consulting agency is who we're talking about, we would need to hire, correct?
For something of this magnitude, the city often does consult with other folks.
So for those who couldn't hear in the back, several people echoed that we've never had something this size in the city. That said, we have a substantial number of consulting agencies in St. Louis. Would we, as a city, engage any of them? People who have subject matter expertise that are not in collaboration with a developer who would serve our interest as a third party rather than the developer's interest.
If your question is, would we engage with professionals? The answer is yes, just like it was before. We would need to, for something of this magnitude, we would need to engage with professional help.
Yes, but a independent professional, not someone tied to these folks on this side of the room.
Of course, yes, we would have independence.
So who helped draft the ordinance for data centers?
So the ordinance that we have drafted for data centers was done by researching other communities. We did send it to Cloverleaf to ask for their input in the drafting. The ordinance itself, the main crux of the ordinance is twofold. Number one, it requires a data center to be in I2 zoning, industrial 2, which is our most restrictive zoning class, and it requires by special use permit only. At the time that we looked at preparing a special use permit, that is when we would have to bring in experts that are familiar with this type of work. So our ordinance is more of a framework. It doesn't go line by line what is allowable and what is not allowable. I mean, quite frankly, a Bitcoin mining operation in a container can be considered a data center. So depending on the request that came in, that ordinance gives us a framework to control pretty much all aspects of that development.
So the I2 zoning, it's not on any published map that I've seen on the City of Troy's webpage. Has that been approved yet? Voted on?
We have some parcels that are zoned I2 within the city currently, but there's nothing large enough that would house a data center.
All right, I'm gonna keep it moving.
Sorry, I have one more question for Chris. You gave a very brief presentation on tax incentives. However, you did not address the state's incentives to a data center and what that impact would be on the $37.7 million a year. You mentioned the oil industry over in Roxana and said taxes are lower there than anywhere else in the county. However, you failed to address that they are some of the worst schools in the county. I'll stop there.
I will say there are no incentives being proposed, and anything that the state would get involved in, we wouldn't have control over. However, it would not affect their property taxes, I can tell you that.
And I can back that up to the state program does not impact both the property tax.
Hi, my name is Thomas Judy. I'm a generational resident of this community. And I want to first thank the previous questioner, the amazing questions and study that he did. I've got some pretty open-ended questions. However, they're not easy. So the three basic interests I have are impact. When you're dealing with impact, we're talking environmental, water, the grid.
Can't hear you.
Talk to the mic. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. If I throw my back out, I'll be fine. No. Three basically impacts are an environment, the grid, and primarily the city of Troy and the individuals that live in Troy. The brotherhood that's here, I appreciate their being here. I appreciate what their goal is as far as getting this thing underway. However, I don't think many of you live in this area. And if I'm wrong, if I'm wrong, please apologize. I apologize up front, but respect us who do live in this area. Okay, with respect to the grid, for example, there's negotiations that are made with the end users, that sort of thing. And then one of the questions would be, do you have separate rules for power consumption and guaranteed power consumption for the end user of the system versus the people that live in this community?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, if I'm an end user, if I'm Amazon, whatever, if I go in there and I want to develop this system for my use, I go to the power company and the rate for power is X. I go in and go, I only want to pay a percentage of X, but more importantly, because I'm using so much, I want guarantees that my power never gets cut off. That is a big concern for the communities that reside here, especially with Southwestern Electric. Great service, very few brownouts, very few blackouts. Their customer service is beyond approach. However, if they get dinged with a massive consumption, that may change their ability.
We're not contemplating any ability for the data center to have more reliable power than another, and I don't even, as far as I know, it's not even possible because electric reliability is governed by the National Electric Regulatory Council, and those standards apply to all customers equally. So,
But that doesn't answer the question with respect to preferred usage and guarantees of, because it is a system.
we are not seeking preferred usage or guarantees from a utility relative to, any other.
And how does one get a guarantee to that with respect to when, if, I should say if, because I don't think there's a lot of people here that are wanting this to go forward, but if this were to go forward, how does one guarantee that that preferred usage is in place? Because if I'm a business of multi-million-dollar capacity or billions, then I want to make certain that my power never goes off.
I don't know how to guarantee something I wouldn't even know where to start on.
So you're not in, your part of this project has nothing to do with that. You're looking at it going, we have substations, we have grid, the grid's sufficient to power the system and the area around.
Let's say preferred power over other customers is not something we've ever talked about with the utility.
Okay, I'll move on now. With respect to the environment, there's heat, light, things of this nature. What are some of the greater impacts of these systems on communities and the environment, especially with heat, light, and water consumption that you've addressed?
Yeah, I'll try to hit as many of those as I can. Maybe start with noise. So noise is an item.
I appreciate.
I was going to bring that up too. It's one of the hot topic items, right? And that also was something that was covered in the ordinance that the city of Troy had prepared for what are the limits on both non-residential and residential, and then also some deductions based upon kind of type of sound as well. So there's specific noise ordinance that have been created. I think part of a special use permit, and one of the reasons they wanted to add that layer on top of just a base sort of zoning that allows you follow the noise, you can go into this. The special use permit looks at sites on a more specific level as well. And if there's other concerns the city or the community has that we need to, increase a buffer or add trees or other ways to mitigate the sound and other environmental concerns, that's a process to do it. Again, that's very site specific and project plan specific, and something that will be very public. There's any special use permit has to be in a public forum, has to be approved by planning commission as well as city council.
And what is the diameter of that noise?
It's at the property line. And I believe maybe Tom can add to this too, but I believe there was also some clawbacks or lookbacks after it's operational to confirm compliance. If not, there's certainly the ability to add that on the next step.
And what is the level of noise that is generated by one of these systems?
It's below the thresholds. So the thresholds that were outlined.
Define that. I was in the military, I've worked around jets, and my noise level is below threshold as well. I have trouble hearing, so.
Sure. So I don't know how to specifically answer that other than those parameters that have been set, and the data centers are required to be within those thresholds.
And that goes back to the primary user of the facility.
Correct.
Okay. And
I can add to the limit. The limit that was specified along a residential district is between 50 and 55 decibels. And I want to, which equates to, if you look at like a quiet office atmosphere level. What I want to say though about a special use permit is that ordinance sets forth the minimum requirements they have to meet. So part of a special use process is coming up with agreements through the MOU they were talking about, that if the city can ask for further things beyond the minimum levels that are in that ordinance should be considered a starting point, not the end.
you answered my follow-up question. Is that an adjustable limit?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and there's a big line of people, but thank you for your time.
I'm going to hop in quickly. I believe this is for Jeff. Where specifically will the backup diesel generators be located relative to the 200-foot residential property?
Okay, so that question is a very site-specific question, right? That will drop out with the final design of the site. By and large, the generators are one of the items that contributes to noise. In order to meet noise ordinances and also to be good neighbors, those are typically located between buildings and screened off as much as possible. So I can't think of a case that I've seen where generators have been placed, at a setback line, because that is the noise generator, and it's going to be very difficult to meet noise ordinances, especially when they're restricted already adjacent residential, as opposed to commercial. And from what I'm hearing, there may be some desires to even, tighten that up further in the future. So that's definitely something that gets dropped out of design and something the city will review through the special use permit process.
Good evening. My name's Mike Smeltzer. I live in Fawn Meadows, which is one of the subdivisions directly adjacent to one of the proposed sites. Our community is on Antler, Bambi, Bullseye, and Long Shot Drive. It's a very quiet neighborhood, 2-acre lots. It's a very nice neighborhood. We've moved there because of the quiet. It's a very, very quiet environment. It sits on flat terrain. There's not a lot of topography to block sound. These generators are going to generate low frequency sound. It's very difficult. I've read the ordinance that the city's put forward. My questions are for our representatives in the community. We respectfully request that before any further action is taken, very publicly, we're involved with some sort of confirmation that there's going to be a receptor-based noise analysis of the nearby residences. It needs to be during nighttime, and it needs to be at the lower frequencies. There needs to be clear standards and limits for generator placement and testing. When can these things be tested? How many of them can be tested simultaneously? Stormwater controls. We already have a water abatement issue in our neighborhood. Slapping down 300 acres of concrete is going to make that a little more challenging. What are we going to do as a community to protect our stormwater control and runoff? Lastly, what conditions are tied to the build out and then subsequent phases? And what teeth are we going to put in place so that we can hold a multi-billion-dollar organization accountable to meeting our small town standards?
I'll ask Tom to deal with the stormwater detention. As far as the testing of the generators, as far as the running of the generators, my understanding, and again, this is new to us as well, and eventually we are going to need to hire, once we have a plan placed before us, hire our own subject matter experts. In talking with the assistant city administrator in Papillion, he told me that what they did to address the generators is they only allow them to test their generators are required to be tested 15 minutes every month. Each generator, 15 minutes every month. They allow them to test 8 generators at a time, no more, and they're only allowed to test the generators on Monday through Friday between the hours like 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. So again, my thought is within that special use permit, we hammer those things down as far as when that is allowable. Obviously, it makes no sense to test generators at 3 o'clock in the morning when people are trying to sleep, if that's going to increase the noise level, and I can't imagine that that would not increase the noise level. As far as the water detention, Tom does a great job with that, but obviously, again, that's just simple calculations, and I'll let Tom address how he'll address that.
So it's very site-driven, and we don't have a site plan to review, but what I can tell you is how it is reviewed and what standards that stormwater detention is required. So all developments, and this one included, are required to hold back storms up to the 100-year event. So this development will be required to detain water in what's called detention or retention ponds, and there'll probably be several of them on site because they have to be placed at the outfall locations, and they're designed to hold back the 100-year storm and discharge at the pre-development rate so that the stormwater impact is not worse on your property than it is right now. And there are also, again, through the special use permit, opportunities to make it even better than it was if you have an existing problem that you mentioned.
One last question is, have we looked at sites that aren't close to your residence? Data centers are inevitable. I'm not inherently against this development. What I am against is placing this site near homes. It belongs in an industrial sector, away from homes.
What's the answer? What's the answer?
Hi, good evening. My name's Ron Smith.
No, he didn't answer your question.
I wasn't sure if that was directed to the city or us, but I can jump in on that question. When we're looking at siting, I think I touched on this a little bit earlier, it's all based upon location of energy. There's a substation a little bit south of, along the east side of Formosa Road called the Jarvis substation, and that was our target substation. So in a perfect world, we'd be right next to it. And if you look at the character around that, that's a lot of acreage and residential homes, and kind of why we settled in at what we felt was the next most appropriate site, north of Highway 40, adjacent an interstate, adjacent a travel stop. That's kind of why we started with that. We understand from last Monday's meeting, the mayor and the alderman had some concerns with that. So we're kind of back to the drawing board looking at sites. So there's nothing specific that I can share. We did have some land control on the south side of Highway 40. We had suspended that previously. I think the mayor touched on that. There was a petroleum line as well as a natural gas line. That's another reason why we had kind of paused and looked to the north. So that's the reason why we looked at the site that we presented in the January 8th meeting. Yes, sir. I think you're up for a question.
Okay. So I have a question. Are any of you familiar with the CEJA Act? That is the Climate and Equitable Jobs Act that was recently endorsed by Governor Pritzker. That is to continue the efforts to decarbonization. What that means is reduced generation capability. We're now asking for more demand in our community. Because of this, in 2029, you guys will long be gone. But in 2029, we're going to reduce the amount of generation we have in this state. Kicking the can down the road like we always do. We're going to increase the demand. So we all know what happens when we increase demand. The price goes up. You said Ameren has the capability. You said we're building this on Squeaky. Squeaky is buying the power from Ameren. We now have less generation. At some point, the energy cost is going to go up. My question is Cloverleaf willing to put in the battery backup system, the solar, to reduce the amount of critical peak demand that we're going to see not in the short term, but in the long term, that's ultimately going to drive the price for us to air condition our homes?
Yes, we are looking at new generation to fill the demand of the data center, though we are not contemplating on-site generation. This generation will be sourced and built elsewhere in Illinois, but that is something that's important to us and that we're working on.
You're working on it, but once again, relative to what we're going to see in 2029, what's your plan going forward? I hear a lot of things that affect my community right now. You're answering the questions for the present, but what about the future?
The agreements and power supply we're working on would be, 10, 20-year agreements with new generators. And that's
I beg to differ. I work in the industry. Those contracts come and go. Whoever owns that can sell it. They can sign up for a new contract. That new contract brings new agreements and new cost. I don't see anything here that is protecting my community that I have lived in since 1989 that gives me any assurance that my future is not going to be anything more than additional cost. Relative to real estate, you can say we're going to have a reduction in real estate and property taxes. I believe that will be offset by energy prices. Relative to noise abatement, one more question. One generator normally puts out about 100 dB of noise. 8 generators only add to that. On the flip side, the standard data center puts out about 90 dB of noise. A leaf blower puts out somewhere between 65 and 85. So you're asking the people that live near this to listen to a leaf blower 24/7. I think there should be some plan to address energy and noise abatement. And to date, everything that I have read, everything that I have seen, does neither. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carla Gassel. I live in Fawn Meadows, the place he was talking about. I want to see a pan. Anybody want to buy a house next to a leaf blower 24/7? Raise your hand, please. Do you see it? Chris, do you want to buy my house? I am 2,500 feet away from this border. Do you want to buy my house? I can't hear you. What?
Nope, I'm gonna stay in my house near the refinery.
Oh, because you don't want to live by a leaf blower. So let's talk about your math. You talked about a house that's appraised at $500,000, right now pays $11,223. It will go down to $7,906. That's a savings of $3,217. But if my house now goes down $200,000, just if it goes down 100,000, it will take me 31 years to recoup that. I can say that safety thing, guys, I'm kind of nervous up here. You can tell I'm shaking. I'm a pancreatic cancer survivor. I don't have 31 years. So your math doesn't make sense to me, guys. Do you have any comments to that? Chris?
As far as the property value reducing?
Correct.
Like I said, we are studying that, what the sales that we've seen in DeKalb. And so far, the 10 properties that were sold in 2025, and we'll have evidence, we'll make all this public. There has not been any drop in the property values in the sales.
Okay, is that Jessica that's creating that list?
She's pulling all the sales from the assessor's office in DeKalb County.
Can I get that if I email you and Jessica and ask for that list?
Absolutely.
And I'm gonna post that on Facebook.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. Again, I'm still confused. Why was it changed from north of 40 to now south? Is it because like a gentleman here or a person here said it's cheaper for you guys?
It has nothing to do with cost. It has to do with energy locations. And it also has to do, as I understand, I rewatched the council meeting from last Monday where the mayor had made the comment that he and the alderman said that site is not in the cards. I also met with the Bethel Church with Pastor Tim a couple weeks or so ago, I think, on that same trip, and also heard from him also. This is something that they would not support and get behind. So at that point, and we have not advanced any other land conversations. We want to get through these sort of meetings to educate and listen to the public before we take the next step on looking at additional land opportunities.
Okay. If I could speak for Fawn Meadows, we don't want this in our backyard, guys.
All right. I believe this is directed to the city. Have there been studies conducted regarding how much water the center will be using and how that will impact the quality of the water for city residents?
Could you repeat that?
Sure. Have there been studies conducted regarding how much water the center will be using and how that will impact the quality of the water for city residents?
Okay, so they've initially said that filling of that system would be roughly 1 million gallons. We've been given some numbers of roughly 32,000 gallons per day of normal use. The plant currently runs at an average daily of 1.5 million gallons, but its total capacity is 4.3 million gallons per day. So we're running roughly half of our capacity at this time.
Okay. And the follow-up question was, will that affect the cost of water?
Just say yes.
Yes.
Just say yes.
The cost of water is set at a set rate by ordinance, and every customer pays that same rate. But it should not impact residents' rates based on an additional 32,000 gallons per day.
All right, you can go ahead.
Good evening. Just a couple questions. I'll direct them, I guess, here to the city first. Mr. Keevan, Chris, have you guys signed an NDA with regards to Cloverleaf?
No.
No.
You guys have not? Okay.
And we have no intentions of ever signing any NDAs.
Okay.
And we will never ask, by the way.
Yeah, so what was the purpose initially of changing the zoning recommendations? Was that to attract Cloverleaf to Troy, or did they approach us? How did that work?
We haven't changed any zoning. It would have to go into I-2, so zoning would need to be changed to support data center.
The ordinance.
The ordinance?
Yeah.
So the ordinance didn't change zoning. The ordinance just set up what would be required if a data center wanted to locate here.
So my understanding is, correct me if I'm wrong, Cloverleaf did not approach us and we did not change anything from a city to attract them to say, hey, we want a data center in our backyard.
Cloverleaf did approach us about data centers, but that didn't, I don't understand what you're asking.
How did we get to this point?
Just like any development, whether or not we would consider that. So we spoke with Cloverleaf about data centers, yes. Prior to that time, we were working, because it takes a while to work through ordinances, and we were looking at an ordinance to protect us, I guess, as a city. If you remember, there were times right across the river in Missouri where data centers were coming in, and some places were trying to pull them in, some places were trying to keep them out. And our thought was we wanted to get ahead of the game by having something in place that said, these are the rules that we would require. Now, again, through our ordinance, there's two things that are allowable. They're allowable in I-2 zoning. So zoning changes would have to be made, because we don't have an I-2 zoning area big enough to support a huge data center. Now, some of our I-2 would be big enough if somebody wanted to do like a Bitcoin operation or a smaller, what you would call a small box, I guess, data center. And then the second thing was to make it by special use permit, which would give the city the control over everything as far as setbacks, as far as usage of our water and sewer system, as far as verming, as far as noise, as far as light pollution, any of those things.
Thank you. Are there any tax incentives or abatements that Cloverleaf will be receiving from, either the city, the state, with regards to this project?
I'll answer on the city part. Some of the properties we were looking at on the north side were in a TIF zone. We had a couple of conversations about TIF and is that an applicable tool for development? And that's something the last couple of weeks the city has said, no, that is not an option. So as such, I think Chris had kind of run the property tax numbers without any sort of assumptions of TIF.
Thank you. My last question is, based on everything I've heard tonight, it sounds like there's no guarantees that Cloverleaf or the city can provide to the community, either short-term or long-term, with regards to this project. So how do you make the residents feel comfortable moving forward with any arrangement on this project in Troy?
I think the first thing I'd say is all the things that are talked about have to be papered. They have to be handled in a public forum through planning commission and city council, and then there's ordinances that are in place to handle that. As far as policing those, I'd have to have the city answer how that's done. But all of this stuff will be done publicly and be put into outward-facing agreements.
If there's no legally binding contract between us and the end user, again, how do we control what this project looks like 5 years?
All of those run with the land. So whoever has the land, whoever is developing on those has to abide by those rules.
And there's a financial guarantee that comes along with that to the community?
In what element?
If the contract is broke, we have some type of bond or guarantee that we can pull from to guarantee.
I'll have Dave answer that question.
Sure. And let me, you heard the city folks talk about the special use permit. That's a very powerful tool that the city would control. So if we're doing something that's not.
They could change that though. Everything's fluid with the city. They could change it.
Well, once the SUP or special use permit is granted, it's set. And if there's a violation by the user of that permit, there would be an enforcement mechanism. Special use permitting is not new. It's been done for a long time. And it gives the city a significant amount of control, as you heard them say.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the city of Troy just has to take a look at
Hi, my name's Craig Hall. You guys seen me at the last meeting. In respect to what you were just talking about, what is the ramifications on them if they violate, say, the noise ordinance? What are you going to do? What are you going to do for a penalty for them? Something substantial that prevents them from violating that.
So just like any violation of the ordinance, it would be enforceable. We could enforce every ordinance that we have. So if somebody else.
$50 fine, $100 fine, $1,000 fine? I mean, you guys need to define that because do you think a little bit of amount of money is going to stop them from violating that ordinance?
So that's the reason we have things done by special use. That's the reason why once we have a plan before us, we would have experts in this field help us to draft what that language is and what those penalties would be. But I don't have an answer for that because I don't have a plan before us yet.
Okay, then another thing on the noise note is there going to be monitors around that set up so we can know when they're violating that.
If that is something that helps make this better, we can require that through special use, that is monitored and reports that.
I mean, I think that would be needed. I'm just saying, if they force it on us, I'm just saying that would be needed because I don't want to need it. Okay, on to water. You're running a closed loop system. That's on the main loop. The secondary loop that cools that initial closed loop. How is that being cooled? Is it being cooled with a chiller, an air evaporative system, a water tower? I mean, because if you're using a cooling tower that runs water, I've seen them, I work in an industrial facility, and I know how they work. It's just a massive radiator with water running across it and a fan drawing air through it. All that water gets evaporated and wasted.
Yeah, you're referring to a different technology. You're referring to evaporative cooling, which is not the closed loop system. As data centers evolve and technology evolves, that's one of the pieces. And I'll give you just a little bit more of an answer of why a lot of the industry, not only from the concerns of water consumption and water treatment, which is if you're going to push it through, you still have to treat it, and it's usually clean water. It does create some strains on the treatment systems. The evaporative cooling, the technique for that, as chips have evolved and technology has changed, those chips have become hotter and hotter. And air is actually the media. It's cool, chilled air. You know, it's water's using air, which is a weird sort of backwards phenomenon. That approach, with the amount of heat coming off of these chips, is something that is not working at the scale. So the industry is moving towards the closed loop system, which relies on a liquid for that heat exchange, which is a more efficient method. As far as a second system, I'm not familiar with.
So if you have running into those cooling, into those server systems to cool them, apparently you're talking about a direct chip cooling system.
Correct.
When that fluid comes back out of that facility, what's it going through to cool it down before it comes back
Air
in?
handlers, just like very much like
it's a
your
giant
own
chiller.
system. It's correct.
Okay, so that
I believe so. I'm not a designer or a professional that designs the system, so I just want to be careful in my answers so I don't give you something incorrect. Obviously, you're familiar with the
Yes,
technology.
I've looked it up. I've seen multiple different types of systems that are out there. So when you're using a chiller, that's going to require more electricity.
Correct. Yep. That's the drawback.
Again, when we're talking about the water flowing through the system, you're saying you're going to use 1 million gallons and that's it. You're never going to touch water again.
I didn't say never. There's times where these are topped off. But as far as a fill, to the best of my knowledge, no systems have had to be flushed and refilled to this point.
How often do they have to flush and refill?
To the best of my knowledge, no systems have been flushed and refilled.
Because that's not the data that I've read. Data that I've read say they have to be flushed every so often due to microorganisms building up in the water supply.
Yeah.
So they have to.
I don't know how to define every so often.
Well, they said, from what I read, it was like every couple of months it was going to.
Yeah, I think that's inaccurate. It's years. I don't know how many, but it's not.
That comes from one of the designers' websites. Just saying.
So I did not say never.
Again, one more point I want to point out to everybody. When you bring that water in, it gets used, it evaporates. That water's gone from the aquifer in this area. It goes up in the air, it never comes back. So that's slowly draining our aquifer system down, removing the water from this area. And that's something you cannot get back. And I'll leave it at that.
Hello, my name is Stephen Falvey. I'm a retired network architect.
A little closer, I think. Sorry.
Okay. I haven't built a data center to this scale. I don't think too many have. I have built for Fortune 50 and Fortune 500 companies. What I wonder is why what I'm going to call why are there so many shell companies involved in this data center? Why aren't the large technology companies just building it themselves? They've got the money. Why do they have to put so many, what I'm going to call shell companies in between? Why are they doing it?
I guess I'm not sure how to answer that question. You're referring to us as a shell company for a data center? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And there's the developer, which is another company in between. And then there's the people that finally rent it. Why aren't these technology companies building it on their own?
I don't have an answer for that. Our company model is not a shell underneath one of those companies. Ours model is to go through this process, work with folks like you all, work with the city, go through it, and then find the appropriate user.
To me, it almost seems like you're trying to hide the end user. Okay. I listened to YouTube that your CEO said that you don't build, Cloverleaf doesn't build data centers in residential areas. What's changed?
I think the messaging he is trying to get into that is it has to be done responsibly and respectfully. And I know that's something but I will share, many of our projects that we've done have been adjacent. When you say adjacent, that's a relative term as well, right? I've seen some postings about we're 2,000 feet away, we're by a data center. I mean, that's not in our mind adjacency. And to the residents of the subdivision south of Highway 40, part of our process, if that were a site, we would want to meet with you, talk about the concerns, and is there a way that we can mitigate those?
So, in your brochure, you state 100 plus full-time employees. This is going to be a lights-out data center. Will you guarantee 100 plus jobs full-time there? Will you put that in your contract? Local jobs?
As far as all of the data,
No. Will you contractually guarantee?
we don't operate it. I can tell you the industry standards and trends, and if you drive by a data center, look at the number of cars that you'll see in those. These aren't lights out developments. The general rule of thumb is somewhere between 0.1 and 0.3 employees per megawatt. And that equates for one of this size of somewhere in that 100 to 200 jobs, which is what we've been communicating with the community.
So it's a rule of thumb, and you really don't know?
No, the state MOU that I referred to before, that the end user, that does have a job creation requirement, has investment requirements and other significant requirements, so.
So it's 20, I think, something to get your discount in the state of Illinois.
It's gonna be 100, and you can look at the state reports and see how all data centers have done that type of reporting.
But you can't guarantee it.
It'll be a contractual obligation, how about that? All right.
And then there's going to be, I think the doctor who may be here last week, he stated that there's some regulations for pollution coming out of these generators. Do you intend to adhere to those new regulations? And for us, why wouldn't we wait to make a decision until the stricter regulations come out?
I guess the answer to that, they have to adhere to all regulations, and air quality is certainly one of them in this area. If you're not aware, this whole county is in a non-attainment zone, meaning it's had past issues from a lot of the industry on air quality, so it's under an even tighter microscope of what can be discharged from things like diesel generators.
And it kind of goes back to my first question. Why do these large technology companies not want to own these data centers?
They do own them.
But you said the developer, and then some places it would be rented?
There's both. Sometimes they rent facilities, sometimes they own facilities. I don't know the percentages, but it's variable.
And so you really don't know what we would be getting.
The state MOU does lock in the tenants as well.
Correct.
But the technology, you have tenants, they don't own the facility.
If they're the tenant, there's still somebody on the hook for all of those obligations.
I just wonder why they don't. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna hop in really fast, and I appreciate that everyone is clapping, but I can say I'm sitting directly next to the panelists, and when you start clapping, I can't totally hear what they're saying, so I can't imagine what the people in the back are getting. So if we could just please respect everyone in the room and just, thank you. Okay, I have a question for the city. Not really sure who to direct it to. Will the city make an FAA no hazard certification a mandatory condition for the special use permit to help mitigate the possibility of a legal battle later should the FAA deem it a hazard or Department of Defense deem it a national security risk?
That one might need reread, if that's okay. Would you like to listen to that one again, or you have a
Well, I think they're asking if we would make a requirement for the FAA. If there's a requirement from the FAA, obviously we'd have to abide by that, the same as anybody else would.
I would say typical in large project is a determination of no hazard by the FAA that we have to supply to the local permitting authority. So we have to get it if it's required.
So if the question is, would we abide by requirements of the FAA, the answer to that is yes, of course.
Would you make it a mandatory condition for the special use permit to get an FAA no hazard certification?
Yeah, I mean, typically.
We would end up hiring somebody that understands that better than I do at the city level to advise us on whether or not that would be something we would want to do.
I would say if it's required of the project would have to get it, the project was applied to the city so it can confirm it was complied with. And that's fairly routine.
Okay, sir, I believe you have a question there at the podium.
Yeah, okay. So the question was from my wife. Thank you. The question is, the Troy VOR, this data center is going to affect the Troy VOR in a negative way. The reason for the FAA Form 7461, we need that to the city. We need to have the city legally wait until 45 days after they've got that form in place. They can go ahead and do the data center while they've got that in place. The Form 7460-1 to the FAA basically just they're going to make recommendations as far as that goes. Will we be, if you do submit that form, will the public be able to view the aeronautic study numbers so we can track the FAA's findings? That's the question to you guys. I have more questions, but we'll get to that in a second. Do you guys realize you're building on a coal mine?
No, I'm not aware of that. We've looked at, and our engineers and consultants have looked at all things due diligence, including is this in a flight zone and in the cones around airports. It has not been flagged, but I will ask our engineering consultants to look a little closer.
Right. Well, you're within like a 5-mile radius of the Troy VOR. We'll get to that later on. Have you done mine subsidence analysis? Have you performed high-resolution 3-dimensional seismic scans or electrical resistivity tomography (ERT) to identify any unmapped mine voids or pillars within the foundation site?
We've done a preliminary geotechnical analysis. It's in process. We have not received the results back. Some of those items you mentioned are part of it. One thing, when you get into final design, there's a lot more extensive testing that takes place. Ours is in the preliminary stage to look for any significant items in a normal geotechnical review.
Okay. What's the projected PSI of the main data hall foundation, and how does that compare to the overburden, the rock layer thickness above the abandoned mine rooms?
Yeah, I'm sorry, all those lines of questions, those are all final design questions that would be handled by the end user much later in the process.
Okay. In the event of localized sag subsidence caused by the building's weight, what is the angle of draw, and how many neighborhood residential properties fall within the zone of potential foundation shifting?
Same comment. These are all very advanced questions, very detailed, very engineering based.
Since the data center is a heavy industrial use in a residential agricultural zone, will the developer provide a good neighbor bond or supplemental subsidence insurance to all homes within a 2,500 foot of the project?
I'm sorry, sir, I'm not familiar with the line of questioning.
So basically, if you put the center there and over a mine and it subsides, it's not just going to be at the mine, it's going to be in an area surrounding it, 2,000, 2,500 feet around the mine. Basically a big dimple, let me finish. Basically a big dimple. So the people that live around there, on Meadows, wherever else they live, there's a risk of mine subsidence associated with that. Are you guys going to supply a bond, a good neighbor bond, saying, if there is subsidence, we'll cover it?
I can't answer that question at this point. We got to do some more due diligence before I even want to take that one on.
Okay. Under Senate Bill 25, utilities are encouraged to prevent residential rate hikes. Can the developer provide a signed interconnection agreement proving they're paying 100% of the transmission and substation upgrade costs rather than passing them on to Troy residents?
Right on.
I'm not familiar with the exact agreement you're referring to, but I think we can, work to verify and be transparent that we're paying those costs. And
Yeah, are you willing to sign an interconnection agreement proving that you're paying 100% of the transmission and substation upgrade costs?
I'm not familiar with the exact agreement you're referring to, but we would be willing to be transparent and share that.
That's really, I believe, an Ameren sort of item in question, and unfortunately, Ameren Norswecki could make it here tonight, and let's include that in on the follow-up conversation.
Super. Okay. Will the backup generators be Tier 4 compliant? Will they be tested during peak load hours when noise levels are highest, or will they be muffled to under 55 decibels at the property line?
I think on the first question, the actual design of those happens later. My hunch is based upon the non-attainment zone and others that we've seen in non-attainment zones, they do end up being tier 4 generators. Again, a final design type item much later. And I think we've touched some on the testing times here as far as when that can take place. And it's something, if there's concerns, we've heard it a number of times tonight, that will most likely get addressed in a little more defined pattern in the special use permit.
Okay. Will you guys be compliant with the ANSI ASHRAE 188-2021 guidelines for Legionella mitigation in your cooling towers?
I'm not certain with closed loop systems, there would be those cooling towers you're referring to. And again, all of these things, they're great questions, but these are all down the line into final design segments.
Okay. If the data center draws down from a local aquifer, has a study been done to show how much drawdown effect, how much the drawdown will affect the buoyancy of the mine roofs in the immediate area? That's the mines.
Yeah, there's no wells, there's no aquifer drawdowns, it's all municipal water.
Okay, I'm just gonna, I don't know if they're due diligence, but the mine, you're gonna put this at, there's a mine, it's the 842 mine in Collinsville. It goes under your stuff. There was a geological, if you go through the old data, you'll find that there's a geological issue. The mine faced significant challenges with a bad roof, reinforcements in the main hallway, and when the energy shale roof rock was between 7.5 and 37.5 feet thick, it created difficult, non-economic mining conditions, and the underclay frequently, basically, they had to close the mine down because the roof collapsed. So you may want to look into where you're building your mine. I've got the mine here. I've got the mine maps there. Okay, for the city, since the facility is required to be only 200 feet from residential property, will the city require a permanent independent 24-hour noise monitoring station at the property line that is viewable online?
First of all, the assumption that 200 feet may not be correct, depending on where we're looking at and what the proposed plan is. We certainly can include in the special use permit monitoring for sound and those property lines.
Okay, you can, but I mean, we need a guarantee for that. That's just, we can, sure. That's not, I mean, we really need a guarantee for that. Does Cloverleaf...
Sir, just real quick, I just want to clarify, I didn't answer that question earlier because I was talking about something else, but the ordinance does require a post-construction noise study to be performed, so that would be part of the special use permit minimum requirements. Again, that's the minimums. More can be asked for and required.
Right, no, I understand. My question was, can the city, or will the city require a permanent, independent, 24 hours, 7 days a week, noise monitoring station at the property line? Not, oh, we're just going to do a study and then they can turn the generators on and have fun with that. But we need something that's permanently there to monitor it 24/7, so that if they go outside the range, that we can notify them and they get tagged for it. There's more for this. Will the city implement an escalating fine structure that doubles every week a noise violation occurs to prevent the daily fines from just becoming a line item cost of doing business? No answer? $50 to these guys is nothing. $5,000.
We understand that. We understand that. And
So-
I'm sure that there are other communities who have dealt with this, and we will certainly do that research once we have plans in place that we can review. And again, we will hire our own subject matter experts to look into that to see what that enforcement arm, that enforcement tool would look like to make sure that whoever their end user is following all the guidelines that are set forth within any special use permit that we put forward.
Okay, well,
Hold on one second. We've gone down this line of questioning. So I see a very large stack of papers in front of you.
oh yeah, I've got way more.
Sure, but there are people behind you, so maybe can you...
These are just the mines right here. They're just you guys to look at if you want, and for people. And will the city explicitly state that 3 consecutive months of violations will result in an immediate revocation of the special use permit?
I'll give you the same answer. We'll hire experts to help us with what that enforcement happening.
Okay, I'm not going to take up all your time. I got more questions. I'm going to be end of line.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the gentleman from Cloverleaf for attempting to address the issues and concerns. Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay, and I'd like to thank the city folks for their attention and this wonderful turnout that's in this room here. Did you have a door count to see what the attendance was? We don't exceed the fire department capacity, do we? My question is, okay, to the taxman. Well, the benefits for this project seem to be in our tax savings. And it's not property values, it's not the pollution concerns or the noise or anything. It's the tax and the energy. And I appreciate your offering to pay for the infrastructure connections and the transmission lines. But the real question is, what happens at year 3, 4, 5, and way beyond with our energy cost? And text me, can you do a quick number for me? You say the average guy pays, what, $4,000, $5,000 worth of property tax? In a month. I'm just gonna make you run.
Yeah, the $300,000 home is like $6,500.
$5,500. Can you, I hear this project draws the equivalent of 350,000 homes. Can you take that number and multiply it times 355,000 and tell me what you get?
Out of my head. Yeah.
Okay.
I can't multiply that in my head.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what it was. Was $2,275,000,000. And you say that the people, based on your assessed property values, is going to give us 24 million, 30 million. It's a far cry from the burden they're putting on our electrical system. I have one thing I'd like to read from the Southwest Electric's monthly magazine. Old folks can't do this. In 2023, this is comments from the CEO and the CFO of Southwest Electric, and it's written in their magazine. In 2023, Southwest Electric Company paid $10 a megawatt day for capacities in the MISO summer auction. Now, you probably understand, I think MISO is where the energy really comes from, okay? He said that in 2024, 1 year later, that capacity, the co-op paid $30 per megawatt day, 3 times as much. In 25, MISO paid $666,100. Now that's demand, supply and demand at work. You're going to pull in, you're asking us to accept a facility that draws the equivalent of a small city, much bigger than Troy. I don't know, maybe bigger than Edwardsville, I just don't know. That demand, you have not promised to try to compensate us in any fashion for how that's going to affect our rate, because Southwest Electric is going to put a line item charge for this MISO cost, and you're doing something that's really going to hit us hard. It affects our property values in some ways, everybody here. And I would just open up I'm not sure they're paying the fair practices portion in property taxes, and they're certainly not going to help us on electric costs down the line. I understand your infrastructure's done and your connection charges and all of that. I believe that'll happen, if it happens. But I'm talking about the monthly bill I pay that keeps going up because you're operating an AI system.
So we're working through with Southwest Electric a fair rate, and part of that is sharing kind of a margin or a fee with Southwest Electric. So for every unit of energy the data center consumes, Southwest Electric would get a fee to fund their system. In addition to that, we're working to fund new capacity to limit the effects of the high capacity prices, which you were talking about.
Yeah, I'll maybe add just a little bit. It's too bad Bobby Williams wasn't able to make it. He's out of town this week. He did I believe, a great job on the informational session we had in the Detroit Planning Commission. He touched on a lot of this stuff and how the co-op is handling energy, how they're handling the future, what they're expecting for rates. And I think that's a good follow-up conversation. Certainly, ask you to reach out to Bobby directly or co-op. They'll share a lot more information. And it's too bad they weren't able to make it. Bobby was I believe out of town on vacation, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, what he's saying is it's going to go up with supply and demand.
Yeah, that was his message in that meeting, was the energy rates, are going to go up with or without this data center. And you touched on MISO. It's a multiple state organization. I believe there's 15 states, like from Arkansas to Canada. So it's a complex, system of transmitting electrons from place to place.
I understand that these are some big increases and there's no data center in these numbers. Thank you.
Good evening, Cloverleaf. Thanks for coming. City officials, appreciate your due diligence in this. My name is John Kinshirk. I'm a 17-year resident of Troy. This was slightly addressed earlier. You mentioned the number one guy from Microsoft. That's Brian Janish, right?
Correct.
Seemed like a brilliant guy. He was on that podcast in September, the What It Takes podcast. And he said what he said, and I think it's important context to everybody hear how passionately he said it.
So, that's part of what, understanding in each community, what's a good location for a site like this, what community to support. Like, one thing you'll never find in a Cloverleaf site is it's never next to a neighborhood, right? It's never next to, because there's just places where these sort of projects and you're going to get,
So, because it's not really appropriate to put these sort of projects, and you're going to get, so, and it goes on. So I guess my question is, what does Cloverleaf define as a neighborhood? What's a neighborhood? And what is next to? What are those definitions for you guys?
Yeah, we look at on what we're doing on site, we look at compatibility, right? And I touched on that, and a lot of people were frustrated, concerned by that statement. I will share a lot of our other sites, including 3 that we have kind of worked through the process, are all adjacent in some fashion to a neighborhood. A lot of it's based upon needing the goods and services, the transportation, the water supplies. Those do tend to be in areas that have people. And if there's people, there tends to be neighborhoods. So to us, what we look at more is how can we make this compatible if there is adjacent neighborhoods or residential places? How can we make that work? Through buffers, through landscaping, through other ways to mitigate those concerns.
Okay. What's the closest you guys been to a neighborhood where people habitate?
The property line across the road from homes.
That's as close as you've been, so.
That's as close as we have.
Okay, all right, thanks, appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, good evening. My name is Zach Sandifer. My name is Zach Sandifer. I am from the Charleston neighborhood and also running for the Democratic seat for the Madison County Board in District 2, which is Troy. So I do have a couple questions. Well, I have questions for both sides. I'm going to start over here. And so you sort of brought it up. Sorry, not near it. You said that our area is underserved for data storage. Can you elaborate as to what that means?
Yeah, there's no scale data centers in Madison County. I don't believe St. Clair County or any of the Metro East area.
And why is that? How does that affect us? Do we have less cloud storage as users, or what does that mean?
I can't answer why that's the case. I will say there's energy, there's transmission, there are characteristics that we see, and it's also adjacent a metropolitan area. You'll also see, like in St. Louis, on the Missouri side, a lot of stuff in the news on that too. So this area is hitting the eyes of the data center operators for an opportunity.
Okay. So, most of these questions were already asked, actually. So thank you to fellow members here or of the community. This is more to the buyer or potential buyer, the user, end user. What does that timeline look like? Are we just sort of in a lapse until you can find someone?
No, the timing of that, we have kind of softly talked. There's a large conference, PTC, that's out in Hawaii that was a few weeks ago. It's pretty much everybody in the space is out there. It's a good time to communicate with them. We've also been talking with a lot of those end users and keeping them abreast of opportunities. And this is one we've softly talked to some folks about. There is interest. Our process ahead, when we fully engage that and we look to bring people in to tour sites, meet with officials, meet with power companies, is as we get closer towards the end of zoning. You know, that's something that's a lot of you know, what ifs. There's obviously some concern here, and is it something we don't know how the leaders are going to react to this. And before we'd engage users in that process, we want to be a lot further along that end to see the public support. Right now, obviously, we have rooms filled with people, and we're hoping to educate those that are reading things online on social media, because that's not always the best place for that. And we hope that we can provide some input and understanding of some of these topics.
Okay, and excuse me, do you have any experience or this Cloverleaf with leases as opposed to just selling?
Leases as in?
Is it like a ground lease for?
We don't have any experience with ground leases. They're very uncommon. I believe there's been some in other countries that I've heard are some of our development managers talk about, but everything we're looking at is all fee simple ownership by the end user.
Okay, so earlier you had mentioned that there are, I don't know, maybe it was misleading how I understood it. You don't know the percentages of leases versus fee simple owning, but it seems like next to none.
So the leases I was referring to would be on the space and on the equipment areas, not on the ground.
Okay, so in this kind of scenario, who owns the ground? Would it be Cloverleaf?
No, that example I referred to would be a co-location company that would own that facility. They would build the facility. They would be the owner. They would be the taxpayer. The other companies, they may rent to a household name. I'm just going to pick one, an AWS. AWS might be the tenant inside of that space owned by the co-location company.
Okay. And I'm going to switch over to this side. You guys had mentioned that Cloverleaf sort of approached the city. Once they did, and this sort of seemed like something that the city wanted to pursue, do we look at other developers?
We have not had any other developers approach us in regard to data centers, so just like any other development, although I understand this is bigger than anything we've dealt with before, so we did not approach any other development groups or data center folks to see if they had an interest in us.
Okay, so we aren't bidding it out in a sense. We're just taking the first person that comes and hope it's the best.
We don't bid out development projects.
Well, we're not asking for other input from any other companies, just them. We're just taking their word from the inexperienced guys.
We don't have any other companies that are approaching us.
Well, but we're not reaching out to any other ones.
We have not reached out to any other development companies, no.
Yeah, I'll clarify this. This has been a topic that's come up a couple times. Just to reiterate what the city said, we have approached them, and it's all based upon places we view in the area, in the United States for that matter, that could be an opportunity for digital infrastructure. So we did reach out to them. They didn't pursue us, and we've had some conversations at high levels for a period of time. I'm sure you've seen those all from the emails from the FOIA requests, and yeah, we have not, we have not had them pursue us in any fashion. It was us outwardly reaching out to the city. I want to be clear on that.
I understand. I'm asking the city why there's seemingly an opportunity for you and your industry, and the city hasn't requested anyone else to take a look. That's all I was sort of asking and getting at. Another question here. I apologize if I missed it. Traffic. FAQ says, yep, there's going to be an issue and we'll figure it out. Is that about it? During construction, excuse me.
Traffic during construction?
Yeah.
I anticipate that there will be traffic during construction, just.
Well, I know there's gonna be. I'm saying, what are we gonna do how are we gonna alleviate it? What's the solution, other than we'll figure it out?
Well, we have to see what the proposal is, and we can set up traffic rules, traffic roadways, depending on what site's chosen and how they go in and out of the site, just like any other construction project.
Sure, I'm more concerned about the congestion. I didn't live here when the Spring Valley construction went on, so I didn't have to endure that, but I believe it wasn't very nice or fun for people who live there. And my last sort of area here, I'm actually going to go to Chris, taxman. So when you said the individual reached out to DeKalb, you said it was 10 homes?
I believe that was 10 in the 2 neighborhoods next to the data centers in 2025.
Okay, so the parameter, do we know how far out that went? And do you consider that a good sample size?
Well, I think what she was looking at were the 2 neighborhoods that were the closest to the data center.
Okay, so we might be a mile, maybe 2. We don't
No, it was much closer than that. They're like almost across the street from the property. So,
Okay, and is 10 an adequate sample size in your opinion?
I think that's where she started because she just looked at those 2 specific neighborhoods that were closest. Yeah, I mean, it would take a little bit of time, but we can definitely research the property records with DeKalb and their assessor's office.
Sure, and when do you anticipate that data would be available publicly?
I don't want to speak for the assessor, but I don't think it would take too long. I think within a few weeks, she could probably compile all that.
That sounds longer than I would anticipate, but
It could be faster. She could have it done tomorrow.
I mean, she'd have it done in an hour, but, okay, thank you.
I have 2 fairly similar questions. So, can you, the city, require that Cloverleaf only consider non-residential parcels? And then the other question is, have the vacant industrial areas been considered?
So again, they can't.
In St. Louis, sorry.
Well, I'm not sure what Cloverleaf may have considered in St. Louis.
Yeah, I can touch on that. It's back on kind of energy and following through where the points in the grid we feel there's energy available or transmission that can bring the energy to it. So I can't really comment on a location in Missouri off of an index card, but it's not a market we're currently pursuing.
Okay, so I saw in a paper article that someone from the city visited other communities that were nearby data centers in various parts of the country. Are they here?
I visited a data center in Papillion, yes, in Nebraska,
Okay.
outside of Omaha.
Did you ask any of the community members there about price of electricity increases or anything?
Actually, I asked the assistant city administrator who was present at that meeting about energy rates. His response to me is that when they came in, so they were, I think it's Omaha Lightning Power or almost Omaha Power Service, and his response was that they have several data centers within their community. So the data center that we looked at was Google, and he said the data centers have, the term he used was stabilize their power rates.
Did you ask anyone in the community about their bills?
We didn't visit with people in the communities.
So, the promises that have been given by Cloverleaf, looking online because I wanted to educate myself, I found various other data center companies making the same promises, and then years later, the prices go up anyway. And I was wondering if the city was aware that there was a Bloomberg investigation where in areas near major data centers, prices for single months of electricity were up 267% from the last 5 years. And among those, 75% of those were within 50 miles of data center clusters. So is there anything that you have set up right now to be in the special use proposal that will guarantee that they have to pay the same rate as everyone living in the community?
You mean that they pay the same rate for electricity?
Yes.
Well, my understanding is that they would pay the rate that Southwestern Electric is charging for for electricity. I don't know what Southwestern rate is.
So it's not in the special use proposal?
No, we don't control the cost of energy.
I'm asking not the cost of energy, I'm asking that they pay the same rate as the people living in the community. Because if they got a special deal, just because they use an enormous amount of electricity from the providers, that would just push that onto us if those fees were not high enough.
Oh, I don't know.
Has there been any plans from the city in how to navigate that?
I don't have a plan for how to navigate that. I don't know that that's the case, that they would pay a lesser rate.
Okay, so another question real quick. On the city website, I tried to find the request for public comment because I wanted to come to a city council meeting and I couldn't find it. I looked on an archived version of the website and I could find it there. And then when I went to the new version of the website that was published, right next to the FOIA request where it usually was, it was not on the website. So this is why I'm asking you here. For the council members that will be involved in drafting that special use permit, are you going to guarantee to us that the final draft before it gets approved will be up for public comment?
Any meeting, so the special use permit will be worked out in the planning commission meetings, and those are all public meetings.
Okay.
And they allow for public comment and public interaction.
Okay.
So the first step for the planning commission would be any kind of zoning change to get the zoning that they would need, because these have to be in I-2 zoning, I mentioned that earlier. So that is a public meeting. And then once the zoning is approved, if it is approved, then they have to go through this special use permit process, and the public's invited to that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Can we vote?
Can we vote?
I don't hear what somebody
vote. Put it to a vote.
Can you vote on the special use permit?
Put it on the ballot.
So this issue is not on a ballot for a vote. We don't have a proposal as it stands right now. I don't know that process. I do know that. I'm sorry.
I inquired about that. Fred Keck, our attorney, is here. I asked what it would take to put that on the ballot. Fred, can you address that?
Go to a mic.
What did you say?
There's no law in the area on this that it's required, but you can do an advisory opinion on the ballot, yes. That is a legal requirement that we would have to jump through the hoops on. I will talk to the mayor about that and we will, okay. Okay. They want to know if they can do an advisory opinion on the ballot. It is legal to do that, yes.
What's the time frame? What's the reason?
So it would have to go on the next ballot, the next election, and they'd have to meet the statutory requirements for it. There's notice, there's all kinds of things. It would be a lengthy process to do that, yes.
Obviously, we'll look at that. If that's something that we can do, we'll obviously bring that up. Just everybody keep in mind, we're here to facilitate this process. There's no one set one way or another how we're voting. We want you to be part of the system, part of the process. And there's other cities close to us who are considering these things that are hiding it. They're not bringing it out. Nobody. It's not my business. My business is right here. So we're going to do everything we can to be as transparent as possible. We want your opinions. We appreciate your opinions. You help us. I'm talking thank you. You help us make these decisions. That is the process we're going through. So just understand that. So we have all of them in place. We've done a fantastic job in the past and in the future of hearing your voices and voting accordingly. So just remember that, please.
First, I want to thank the city officials and the Cloverleaf executives for being here. Thank you for letting me be here. I appreciate this opportunity. I am Colby, I'm a resident of Troy, and I hope to live here for the foreseeable future, which is where my qualms with the data center come in. I'm specifically worried about the combination of property taxes and electricity bills. So I'd like to ask both the city and Cloverleaf, can you confidently say that property taxes and electricity bills total will decrease as a whole for the people of Troy after the construction of the data center?
I can start talking about utility bills. They're going to go up with or without a data center in Troy. Things electricity bills don't tend to go down.
Can you confidently say that they will go up the same? Will the data center cause the electricity bills to increase more?
I don't believe they will. We're doing everything we can to ensure that there are no unintended impacts like that, but we don't control their rates.
I might just want to add one point as I look at this as well. So energy is based and power rates on a lot of factors, and there's a number of fixed costs associated with that power. And a lot of those are allocated back per megawatt hour, right? So how many total megawatts, how many hours, how much electricity is being consumed? When utilities design their systems, they design those for the hottest days of the year, the coldest days of the winter, and that's what their systems are designed for, and there's excess capacity for the rest of the time. So they're missing out on megawatt hours to spread those costs out over. When you have a data center, it's a constant load and a fairly significant load that provides more megawatt hours to spread those fixed costs over. So, it's our belief, and again, none of these things we have direct control over, can we completely prove, but it's our belief that having data centers does provide some downward pressures because there's more hours to spread some of those costs out over. So that's our belief. You can look at reports, you can go down the rabbit hole of finding this report or that report. You'll also, if you look, you'll find reports out there where they say data centers and the immediate adjacencies have had a reduction or a stabilization, as Jay Keevan had mentioned in some of those communities. So we understand this has been a topic that's come up. It's come up in other meetings we've had, and it's something we're going to continue to work on to provide more clarity as we work through this process.
Will that clarity be provided before we have agreed on the construction of the data center, or will we have to dive into this construction before we know exactly what we're getting into?
This is obviously an ongoing issue that will come up in every public meeting we have. So we'll continue to refine that, continue to provide more information as we get answers back ourselves.
But is that time that you will get answers estimated to be before or after we have agreed on the construction of the data center?
I would assume we'd have more clarity on that, and I guess I'm not sure how to define answers, because it's very difficult to give an answer on what a utility rate's going to be in 2 years, right? We can talk about trajectories and what we're seeing, and I think Bobby did a great job of, they have every certain number of years they have to put out new purchase agreements, and he's contemplating how they're going to do that and when they're going to do it. I think his comment, and don't quote me on this because I might miss it, but he was assuming their rates as is, without any of this, was going to go up 30% when they purchased their next batch of power. So his belief is this would be something in the influence where they had more power to purchase. It gave them a better advantage to potentially get that at a slightly better rate. And again, I'm just regurgitating what I heard from Bobby in our meeting on January 8th, and definitely encourage you all, we know this is a huge topic, to reach out to them for input as well.
You said you didn't really have a good understanding of what I meant by answers. To define one answer that I'm curious about, there's been a lot of talk about the end user of this data center. Will we know, do you estimate that we will know the end user before we have agreed upon the construction of the data center?
Yes, before you start construction, and most likely at the tail end from our past projects, we've worked through that user is known either just before or just after the completion of the zoning process. And again, with that zoning process, any agreements and any obligations are also attached to that zoning. So all of these things that we've touched on for community benefits and other items that are in a written document are all out there, and all that end user will have to step into all of those agreements.
I have another question for clarity in regards to the labor required for the data center. I believe earlier somebody asked about the, on the FAQ, the estimated 100 plus local on-site full-time jobs. Can you confidently say that we will have 100 plus local Troy citizens working full-time on-site at this data center beyond after the construction?
Yeah, I think I'll answer it in this way first. We have engaged a company, Strategic Economic Research, to go through this. They do a lot of analysis of jobs related to the industry, solar, renewable, data centers. We'll have a report within the next 2 weeks that we can share from their findings that really drills down into jobs, both in Madison County. They didn't go into just specifically Troy, because there's a lot of adjacencies of residents. They've also looked at the state of Illinois, from those that are outside of Madison County, and they're also assuming some level of jobs that are being created that are across the river to Missouri. And all of that stuff we will share with you when we receive kind of our report. In our belief, in our experience, those are accurate numbers from everything we've seen from our experience. And also, if you happen to drive by one and look at the number of cars that you can see, it's not 10 cars, it's 100.
And my final question is for Chris Lesser. In regards to the property tax presentation you gave earlier today, you said in the presentation that local public entities would have to pledge to not accept the funding from the data center. Would this mean public entities such as our schools would get no direct financial benefit from the data center being built?
No, I said that if they captured all of the new revenue, the entire $37 million, there would be no property tax relief for anyone. That if they capture some of the tax revenue, the additional revenue, they could then lower everyone's property taxes substantially. But that would be up to every single taxing district. I will tell you, at the county level, we have not raised our tax levy in 11 years and have no plans to do so in the future, in the near future. But I can't speak for every taxing district. But I think that would be a commitment that would be made from, because they're going to get some new revenue even if they don't capture it all.
Were the numbers you gave on the presentation assuming they captured none of the revenue?
I gave 3 examples. So first I showed the current, then I showed if they captured none of it, and then I showed if they captured 25% and left the other 75% for tax reduction.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Yeah, no problem.
Good evening. I just want to, I guess, maybe correct the record and point to one thing, and that I know everybody's kind of struggled with it. The volume. So is this good? I know you had mentioned earlier there was an issue. Thank you. One, to point to something like Data Center Alley in Northern Virginia as a proof point that property values are not disparately impacted by the construction of data centers is a little bit disingenuous, given the fact that the reason that property values maintain such height is because you have a lot of economic pressure from the millions of government contractors, employees, and lobbyists in the area. So that's maybe just a proof point to say that that's not exactly a right area to look at. There are other examples across the country, but that's just something to kind of put in your head for other meetings like this. My principal concern goes back to power, right? Energy availability and energy cost, as has been quoted and talked about many times already. We're talking about like 1.5 terawatt hours per year, fundamentally. So 350,000 homes, whatever it is. There was a reference earlier about Google projects and how they're covering the cost of the increased capacity. And I understand that you're not wanting to make any firm fixed commitments before you have a commitment on the property itself. But before we actually go forward with anything, can we have guarantees that there will be some relief capacity that you'll have for the increase of energy? Because I know you can say that we're looking at this could potentially decrease the cost per megawatt hour, but that's fundamentally incorrect, right? We're all competing for a finite amount of electrons going through the grid, and while maybe they'll have some additional volume pricing, we're at that point then competing again for a finite quantity. So in surge hours, we have a max capacity. We're talking about increasing Ameren's volume by 5 to 6% just from this property alone. So what can you commit to as far as a guarantee before going forward with the project that you'll build out additional capacity? Because it's all about capacity.
Yeah. So I'm saying this is early days. We're still talking with power plant developers and owners, and expect a lot more to come on this, but we're relatively early on in the process.
Yeah, keep in mind that capacity isn't just Madison County, it's over the MISO grid, right? So it's a macro level item, and it's not just this little blip in you know, the territory. So it's a macro level view that MISO is involved with and Ameren is involved with, and to assume that, you know, a data center is going to come and turn on the lights without generation resolved before that happens, I think is highly unlikely.
That whenever I referred to Ameren, I mean the entire service area of Ameren. So that's certainly not a focal view on just the local community. Looking at just the local community would be a far greater impact than just a 5% increase. So you're saying it would be foolish in order to not build out additional capacity. Definitely agree. So will you have guarantees in place? And again, you're not willing to commit to anything because you haven't made a decision to move forward yet. But when you make the decision to move forward, can we get guarantees that you'll either, for the surrounding community, cover the additional cost increase that will happen from this, or will you build out additional capacity? This also feeds into the second thing, which is the concerns of availability. And you referenced earlier that there is no special provisioning for energy for something like a data center, which is fundamentally untrue. Right? Critical infrastructure gets energy first, period. It's the setup of the grid. Beyond that, serviceable units who are strategically impactful most for kind of supporting those critical services, and then also that are most economically advantaged, are going to get secondary tier, and then tertiary tier is going to be something like the residential. So that was incorrect what you stated earlier. The question is how can we assure the uptime for the individuals, for the residents who live here, who don't really have the choice to just maybe plant themselves somewhere else. They're already planted here. So what is the assurance for availability and uptime?
I think I'll just start with, I think that's a question for the co-op. So apologize they're not here. We try to get them here, and this is a hot topic. We understand that. We've heard it from a number of people in the community, and this is something we're going to continue to work through and provide you more answers and more visibility. We can't, commit to that because there's so many variables that we still have to work through.
Okay, so you were saying earlier that you'll be paying an increased rate to cover the build out of the infrastructure beyond that. Is there anything you can put forward for what that rate is going to be compared to that of the local residents?
I think I can hit one topic. As far as rates, again, these are things we can't answer at this point.
You said that you were going to be paying an additional premium over that in order to build out the additional infrastructure. This was
paying the cost for that infrastructure, and that's you touch a good point. Sorry, I'll get a little closer to the mic. I apologize. The infrastructure too, you have to remember a lot of the infrastructure that's in the area is aged. Some of it's 80 years old and older. And this is also another opportunity for some of that infrastructure to get upgraded, brought to current standards, and increase the service life of that. So as you start talking reliability, it's a way that another party, through those service agreements with utilities, with either the co-op or Ameren, cover all of those costs in a assured way. So they do have financial guarantees tied to that, to the end user, that all of those costs will be recouped, if not paid up front.
Understood. I worked industrial mega projects for 15 years. I've represented Shell for 10 years on those as PM on industrial mega projects up to $15 billion in cost. I understand building out the local infrastructure. The question is what is the delta between our cost of unit hour effectively versus y'all's that's actually going to justify the build out of that infrastructure, so that we can actually ensure that the infrastructure will in fact be built out, and it's not just we promise this is going to happen one day. And sure, some of this does fall back onto the energy provider, but there's an agreement that needs to take place in there.
Right. It's a very specific question. I'd actually, if you're open to it, send us an email on that so we can get that answered with a little more thought and a little more research for you.
Okay, and then what is the email that I point this to? I think there's an FAQ.
I think it's in the narrative, and you don't have anything to write on, do you? Okay. We also have
I'll remember.
it's J Lake, so JLAKE, at cloverleafinfra.com. We also have a Facebook page out there that we have created, Project Beacon. So our information's out there as well. My phone number and my email address is out there as well. Or you can look at our Cloverleaf website, and I guess there's not a direct email address to me from that. So if you remember it, awesome. If you forget, any number of the community will have that too. It's probably on the FOIA request too, if you look at those. I think some of my emails were there. It should be there.
Got it. Awesome. Thank you. I'll direct further questions for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm a little shorter. Hi, my name is Bev. There you go. I'll just hold it. My name is Bev Grieve. I'm a homeowner in Troy. I've lived here since 1982, and my family's been here since 1938. We have a lot of family around. I'm not excited to see this come in specifically in this location that you've chosen to inquire about. I do see some what looks like industrial land out on alongside of 55, which doesn't appear to have a lot of homes around it. Might be a consideration for you. But that's really kind of part of deciding where I was going with some of this. I do want to ask something to Chris Lesser that's slightly off key, but you suggested that our taxes are extremely high because we supply a lot to the schools. Am I incorrect that the state lottery, when they contribute $1, the state withdraws $1?
That's the way it was supposed to work, but that's not the way the state is operated. So the state basically just used that and replaced other revenue with that. So.
What about the wheel?
Yeah, where is that going?
I'm not here representing the state. I can't make the mistakes again.
All right, I'll let you off the hook on that. You talked about making agreements. You said, well, it could be 10 year, 20 year. So is it 10 year, 20 years, is it 100 year? What kind of an agreement are you looking to make with whoever would take this position?
I guess I'm not quite sure the question on.
I can do anything for 10 years. If you're talking about making agreements with companies, there's certain restrictions and such, and you're making agreements with the city. How long? You said, well, it'd be 10 years, 20 years. What is it? Is it 10 years? Is it 20 years?
I think on any of the, as I mentioned, community benefits agreements, those run, I believe, in perpetuity and with the land. If you're talking about energy agreements, that's a different story. Can you maybe clarify what sort of agreement you're talking about?
Any of these agreements, any of the agreements you would make with a landowner, what you would make with the city, are you looking for something temporary when you bring in a prospective buyer, renter? Are you looking for temporary agreements, or are you looking for way long? I see 100-year leases out there.
We don't have, as far as land leases, that's not something we're looking at, and land ownership is permanent, as are agreements, as I understand it, unless they're brought back to the public. And the energy agreements are a little different animal, but I think you're asking more about agreements with the city, correct?
Hardly, mostly.
Typically, when you deal through the special use permit process, we've been discussing the permit extends.
It's permanent?
Well, it extends with the use, so if you would stop doing the use, the permit would cease.
Okay, that clarifies that. Okay, power supplying, first of all, like a substation is like 50 megawatts, 10 to 50. You're talking about 10 times that much energy. So I'm gonna look at this from a little bit different side, which talks about, there's a lot of studies that have been done on high wires and the damages they can do living near them. So you're gonna have to run wires somewhere. And then you have the constant noise, and typically it is 60 decibels is the average, not 55. So there is a little bit of difference in there. But what I'm concerned about is the health issues, because you're talking about, it's like having a constant noise. You ever stood next to your air conditioner outside and you go, oh my gosh, I'm so glad that thing shut off. That will never shut off. That will never shut off. It will just be there, okay? So some of the things that happen around those are exposures. They're non-auditory health issues, including increased stress, fatigue, cognitive distraction, potential sleep disruption. hearing loss wasn't one of the highlights. Okay, this has, I don't fully understand how this operates, but it has a battery backup, am I right? Does this unit have, this facility will be operated on battery or battery capacity?
So
Capacitor?
normally, I think it's what's called a UPS battery, which can cover like outages of a minute or a couple seconds.
So they're like a reserve?
It's normally, if the power goes out on the grid, it's normally meant to cover switching to an emergency backup.
Okay, so if your power goes out, you would be fully prepared to supply your own energy. Is that
I'll
right?
maybe cover a little bit, I can't remember if I touched on this or not, but with generators and how the technology has changed to the amount of energy going into these facilities, they can't be backed up fully by generators.
Okay,
And what,
so you're going to take from our grid system
I'll get to
to
that.
keep you up and running?
So what happens if there is a power outage with the current trend line of data centers of this scale is those emergency generators are fired up to back up the network systems. The network systems, if they go down, it takes a week, sometimes a little longer to reconfigure those. So what happens, the diesel generators will kick on, control the backup of the network system, and also work with the cooling systems to cool the chips down until the power is restored. So on-site generation isn't something that's typical and not something any of our projects we look at.
Okay, but something that could happen to our grid system. Right now, every summer, Ameren asks me, hey, do you think you could like cut it back for a couple of hours during peak hours? So what you would be doing is putting a stress on our system. And what's more than that is even though you're going to build your own little system thing, it's going to fall back on us because we're going to have to upgrade to allow for some extra draw. And that's going to cost us. Does that make sense, that chain of command there?
I understand what you're saying. I respectfully disagree with that's how those systems work, but I understand what you're saying.
Well, where else is it going to come from?
So before you connect, data center would connect to the grid, Ameren studies it in what's called a system impact study. Ameren evaluates whether reliability standards can be kept with a new load. And if that's not true, the utility does not allow the new load to connect. And so that's part of the evaluation that the utility does before a data center is connected to the grid, is whether reliability can be kept.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, is it's not going to put an extra stress on our system. That you're going to cover all that. You got it covered. If you were to build your own, what do you call it, grid, okay? Then you're going to have enough to back up your own system. You're not going to put my lights out because of it.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, I wish you good luck. I'm not interested, but I am interested in you going somewhere else. Go there.
Hi, my name is Joseph West, a Troy resident. I do have a question about environmental pollution because you say your project Beacon will not cause any significant air pollution to the area. So you chose us because we have great power and all that. So can you tell me what our primary power source is coming from? Is it coal? Is it wind? Is it nuclear? Can you tell me that? Because that should be something you've studied if it's so great.
I don't know the answer to that. What we look at is total capacity, and the fuel source behind that is not part of those studies.
Okay. Well, from what I can find, it's mostly coal, so that would be burning stuff in our immediate area. The DeKalb Center and the Virginia centers that have been mentioned are heavily near nuclear generation, which, as an energy guy, I'm sure you know that is the best energy source. We should build more of it. It's wonderful. So just that's disingenuous, I would say, to say that this is going to be all hunky-dory. I'm also going to talk about the DeKalb Center. I went to school in Northern Illinois University, so I'm very familiar with DeKalb. I think it's a little disingenuous to say that that's apples to us because that data center is the Meta one, I believe, that is being spoken of. It's not close to suburbs like this. That's near the south side of DeKalb. That's where lower, they're fine houses, but the starter homes, the apartments, that's where Nestle was, where the Amazon warehouses were, where 88 runs through to Chicago. It's the major hub. It was already industrial. It's not being built in some people's backyards. It's a little disingenuous to say the property values there are fine because they were already used to having it there. This isn't a new thing. So it'd be like putting it over by the Amazon warehouses in Contour. So I'm just saying it's a little disingenuous. Now this might be my own ignorance in the whole democratic process, and I don't know. So I'm going to ask this question: like, how did we get to this point? I understand there's not an official proposal. I do understand that. But if I'm talking to a car salesman, well, we're your constituents, and I think no one up here has come up to say, "Hey, this is great, I want it." Most of us are all no. We gotta generate revenue for Troy, blah, blah, blah. But if I'm talking to a car salesman and I don't like what they're pitching, I'm walking out the door. So how do we get to this? Can anyone allude to how we get to this instead of just saying, hey, I don't think this is the right fit for us?
There's a process we go through with any potential development. They come to the city, they look at things, exercise, what's the zoning. We have an actual planning committee. This has to go in front of the planning committee. Then they listen to all these things, they exercise all the due process, is it fit, is it this, that, electric, neighboring communities, everything of that matter. That has not happened yet. So we have not got to this part that you're referring to. We are in the process of getting to this part. Then after the planning committee makes we think this is good or bad, then it'll come to the city council. I just want to remind you, you haven't heard from me in the city council yet. So you don't get too excited. Let's go through the process and depend, I'm telling you, our council, we're very solid people. Thank you for us. Ma'am, one at a time, please. We're not going to do this. We're going one at a time. Everybody can talk. We'll get in line. We'll make this happen. The shouting out's not working. Okay? We're asking you to go through the process. There's been a misconception that to this is we're ready to vote and move on it. We're not even near that. I don't even know if we'll get to that. It's got to go through a lot of steps into the planning committee before we even get to this, as you're referring to. So just have faith in the system, is all I'm asking.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, it seemed farther ahead, and like I said, I might be ignorant.
A lot of that is due to Facebook. Okay, I'm just telling you. You hate it, you like it, whatever. I'm just asking you to get the information from meetings like this, from your council members, from your planning committee members. It's much more solid information.
Okay.
And the thing, I want to explain something. Some of the stuff that was put out on Facebook hurt some of my staff, hurt some of my aldermen, people coming to their houses, making threats. That's why I'm upset that we went through that process instead of this process. We just ask, we're very civil here. We all love our community, very, very, very much. So I'm just asking to have a nice, civil conversation. We'll take some very good information and we'll make some very good decisions. And that's why we're doing this, what we're doing tonight. We're not to this, as you're referring to. And I understand, I'm relatively new to this myself. It was a huge learning curve for me when I actually educated myself to the process. It does seem like things are expedited and, there's the way our state's run, our federal government's run. I understand everybody's concerned, believe me. The only reason I got involved with this is because I was concerned about the direction of our state and our communities. So I'm here as a resident, a citizen's representative, to make sure that we do everything to the letter and make sure you all are heard and let our aldermen and our planning committee, our council committee do what they need to do too.
Thank you. So, and then I just touched in with a comment. I know we're not to this yet, but if we do get to this and this whole special use permit that has been talked about over and over, I really want to heed a word of warning. Like, Apple doesn't care about $1 million. They don't care about $10 million. Maybe 100 is when we start talking, oh, that kind of hurts my pocketbook a little bit. Please build it, if we get to that stage, please build it in, make it hurt them. The only people that have taken on Apple or Meta or Google and have won that I know of is the European Union. They're a little bigger than us. So I just, please, make it hurt if we get to that stage. You know, if they're going over noises, it has to hurt them, or they do not care, they will break it. It is just money out the window, they'll tax write it off, it doesn't matter to them. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessica and I live off of Reagan. I've been in Troy for about 10 years and I have family on the other side of the park that's been here for over 100 years. First, I'd like to say I don't really appreciate the assumption, what sounds like an assumption, that any naysayers have not researched any information about this process. There's been a lot of non-answers tonight. I do agree power is an important issue for me. Property taxes is an important issue for me. I live in a one-income household and I'm unemployed because of chronic illness. I have a lifelong chronic illness. And the biggest issue for me is the tentative health impacts that a data center can cause, that are known to cause, that have been proven to cause.
Yep.
Today, I was reading in the Harvard Business Review and another article out of Alabama University, and the projected cost on the health impacts only from data centers projected to be, one article said for 2026, one article said by 2028 is $20 billion just for the health impacts that these data centers can cause. What research have you done, has the city done, about the health impacts on the residents, your constituents that live here in Troy and even in unincorporated Madison County?
So once again, we are so early in the process that we don't have experts that we have hired yet to look at environmental studies, to look at any other issues as of yet. Once we have a proposal in place, we will be able to have experts look at those things. Because realistically, you know, I've read articles that have said there are health impacts. I've read articles that said that electric rates will go up. I've read articles that say water consumption is terrible and they put pollutants in your sewer system. But I don't know that everything that I'm reading is accurate. So we're doing the best we can to learn as much as we can as this process works its way through. And I can assure you that as a city government, any impact that a data center in our community would have will be looked into, and we'll have somebody that specializes in those fields to look into that. But as far as when you're asking me as I sit here today, have I done that research? No, I have not.
You've known for a year.
Well, tonight there's, quote, subject matter experts. At the next meeting or in the future, in the near future, me as a tax-paying resident, it is important that you would have a subject matter expert in that area as well. Not just engineering, all those things are important, but also the health impacts of the residents.
I understand.
I think the last thing, I know a lot of people talked about and brought up the cost in the property taxes. And I found it interesting that there was the $300,000 home value and the $500,000 home value. But what is the median home value in this city? And what about renters?
I mean, the property tax rate applies to all properties.
I know that.
So the savings would be across the board.
I know that, but the numbers would also go down. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
I'm Brian. I live in Troy. I have just a few simple questions.
Mike.
I need to speak into the mic, evidently. So, the simple question that I have, we're talking about this as it may not. We've heard impassioned pleas from people for now almost 6 hours between last and this. They're only here because you guys are signaling the possibility. If you guys signaled no possibility, this wouldn't happen. And we wouldn't be listening to 6 hours of, this is a problem. Have you guys looked at this? Is this? Why is it taking so long for you guys to commit to a yes, we're still signaling, or no, I am against it? Please don't lecture me. Just say yes or no, I'm against it.
You want to have this conversation?
I'm happy to have a conversation with you.
There's a process in place for everything we do.
Absolutely.
We're just trying to go through that process. If we jumped in front of everything and said, this is bad, this is bad, this is good, the people, planning committee, and the aldermen would have no say. They need to have a say. That's why we're going through. Believe me, this is not fun sitting
Why
up
are we
here
not
doing
having
the
a conversation with the alderman? Like
We already have. We have.
I was at the last meeting. I've been at the last meeting. I've yet to hear somebody that's come to this mic and said, I want the data center here in Troy. I have yet to. And if that's the case, why are we not just saying, hey guys, sorry, show of hands, who wants it, who doesn't want it, and then we walk away?
Well, let me answer that question.
Sure.
You know, our census was about 10,100. Realistically, we're about 12,000 now. We've grown substantially. We've had really healthy growth. If you want to look at it, playing devil's advocate, there's 11,000 people that haven't voiced their concerns. So we need to make sure we incorporate everybody's concerns with this process. I appreciate you guys coming. It really does me good to see people get involved in government. You have no idea how many meetings we sit through and nobody shows up. It's kind of disenchanting. 6 years ago, I was one of the people outside in the audience just sitting there. And I was like, I want to get involved. I want to have an impact. I want to be a part of this process. I think we can do good things for this community. I think we can do good things for the citizens. But people have to get involved. That's all we want. We want this feedback. If you think we got up this morning like, I want to go sit in front of 400 people to get beat up all day, that's not fun. But it's part of what we signed up for, to incorporate all of your opinions into the process. And that's all we're doing.
Absolutely. But still no signal of, no, I'm against it. That's the problem I think we're all having. What does cross the threshold for you that we have said no? What would give you enough information that you would stand up and say, I'm not interested?
Well, I think
I don't want it in my backyard.
We are in the process of gathering information.
Correct.
We need to learn about this too. When this data processing thing started about a year ago, I knew this about data processing. I think most of the people in this room probably be in the same boat. You see what you see on TV, there's a lot of this and that going on, but we need the best information possible that we can get to make good decisions. And that is the process we're going through. It's not fun, but it's something we need to do.
Take a ride through Granite City, drive by the steel mill. That's what industry is going to do to this town. In 50 years, that will be Troy if you bring it in. The 800-pound gorilla, once it gets in the room, is impossible to be removed.
Yes, I agree.
Still don't remember that guys were not interested.
Well,
we can talk about the diesel fuel problem. Nobody has talked about that. There's going to be tons of storage of diesel fuel. They're only going to run it for so long, and they're going to be trucking diesel fuel through homes and properties. But it has no value to them if we say we are not interested.
Once the planning committee gets it and they make a recommendation, there's a good chance it'll never even get to us. But we can't bypass those folks that sit in those meetings night after night, hour after hour. They're part of the community. They're like, hey, I want to be part of this. I want to help. And we give them an opportunity. For me to bypass all them and say, we don't need your opinion here, we got this, would be disingenuous to them. We want them to be part of it because they're part of so many other things.
Sounds like we have ability to get a vote call.
Excuse me?
We've covered this.
Do we not have the ability to get a vote call? And maybe quash this as opposed to having hours and hours of people whining about stuff not
So we're almost, we're at the end of this. We're on the downhill slope. We've done the hard work. You guys have done the hard work. You've come out and you voiced your opinion very, very clearly. Don't think we don't hear you, because we do. That is how this works. And your voices will be heard. I promise you that.
Thank you.
Good evening. Full disclosure, I am not a Troy resident, but I am 1 mile, less than 1 mile away from one of the proposed sites. So it does affect me personally and my community. I may not be a Troy resident, but I pay Troy taxes. My kids go to Troy schools. As for being part of the community and making decisions and coming to meetings, I'd love to do that. I've got a kid in school. I've got an 80-year-old invalid dad. There's only so many hours in the day that I can commit to local, state, federal politics, and I prefer to do none because they all irritate me. But I came out here because it's important to me that I don't go outside and just constantly hear, aha, I have enough problems with my hearing. I don't need additional issues. Also, is everybody aware that the decimal is logarithmic? So if you go from 50 to 60, it's not just 10 numbers. It's 10 times the amount of numbers. So that makes a huge difference. So, and then you get into time-weighted averages. So 35 decimals over a time-weighted average can contribute to hearing loss. That's per OSHA. Now I know OSHA doesn't care about the outside because they're more interested in businesses like these fine people with the laboring groups. But who's going to help the people that are around there? Because OSHA doesn't care. The EPA might come out, but they're like, oh, this is kind of a local issue. You should have addressed this before it happened. We're sorry. I digress a moment. So I read through your information. I am not the most educated person on that. I apologize. I've been dealing with a bunch of stuff trying to take care of a family, but I understand that as a development company, you're not allowed to divulge the name of the company that's looking to occupy this data center. Is that correct?
I wouldn't categorize it as not allowed. We don't know. It's not into the process, the timing of that.
Okay. So would you agree that this is, if you approve it, they will come? However, in this scenario, the people of Troy have no idea of who's going to come, how many jobs they're going to create, or the compensation packages that they will offer. Because historical performance is not indicative of future performance at all. Some mileage may vary. Your use may vary. There's all kinds of those little things that flash up when they show you a new drug on TV. Might cause this, might cause that. And that's what we're worried about. We're worried about, you represent a company that seems like they do fine work, it's hard work, coming into communities to convince somebody that, hey, you know what, we're not bad people. We're here to help you. We're here to enrich you. Yeah, it's a hard job. It's a sales job. At the end, it's a sales job. Do you represent any company that is not US based?
No.
So
We do not.
Unequivocally, so you can say that every company that is going to be an end user is going to be US based company without any, well, they're international, yeah, they're in Korea, but they're real nice guys.
We've had no conversations with companies that are not central to the US.
You've had none. Do you ever plan on it? Because the end user could change. I bought my house, sold it, bought a new one. Somebody else has that house. I don't care what they're doing with it. I'm in my new house. So as these things mature and end users, once this $50 billion worth of investment that's going into AI in 2026, or 2025, 2026, according to 1440, ends, or the bubble bursts, or whatever you want to say. Sooner or later, we're not going to need all these acres, because this nebulous idea that AI is going to make our life better. Why? Do I get to send a Christmas card and my kid's like, I don't care about that. What benefit does AI provide? I mean, concrete, not a nebulous idea of, oh, do you want your directions faster? I don't care. I can only drive so fast on the highway. Don't care. Oh, do you want to know where the best pizza is? In 14 microseconds versus 5? Man, let's have this. I don't see it. So at the end of this, and I don't understand who is going to benefit. Are the companies that broker the energy going to benefit? Is Ameren going to benefit? How are we going to benefit?
I think your question from that conversation was, how are you going to benefit from this? Am I accurately capturing that?
Yes, I mean, from the data center directly, what is the end user benefit? And AI is a nebulous idea, so AI is not something that I'm like.
Yeah, I'm not commenting on that either. So from us, our position on that, it's we look a lot at the community benefits package. And when I say package, we've talked a lot about property tax. It's our hope and it's our experience that when these get on the tax rolls that are operational, there are downward pressures on property taxes, provided it doesn't become a governmental spending spree. Again, things we don't control. I think from what we've heard from Chris and from the community is that's definitely an objective, is to provide property tax relief. The other part of that, the community benefits, the other side of that is what other programs are out there that can benefit from some cash injections to support those programs. And that's also something that we lean to the community to provide input on. You know, this needs that, or I give this example quite often. You know, fire departments are a topic, and there is at some point a fire department that will have a response, not necessarily for a fire, but because there's something that's happened. So if there's a need for fire training or fire trucks, those are low-hanging fruit in our opinions. If there's a need in the fire department, let's talk about it and find a way to fill those needs. So that's the level of other community benefits that we like to get out in front of with the community to understand what programs are out there in addition to the property taxes. So that's our view of it, community benefits in different categories.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, that kind of begs the question of what happens if there's a fire and the Troy volunteer fire department / professional show up with 300 acres of electrical fire. A lot of ABC fire extinguishers to put out, because you know what the industry standard is for putting out fires? Water. Not real great in electrical fire.
Yeah, these have very complicated fire suppression systems, as well as specialized training if necessary for the local fire departments.
So 4E phones, stuff like that, PFASs that are in there, some overhead dry chem system that fires off on a fusible lake, something like that.
I'm not a fire suppression expert, but that's something, if there's questions, if you put that out and send it to us, we'll give you a more specific answer of what those companies are utilizing. It's a technology that's evolving. We did ask the head of development for Microsoft in advance of a meeting in another market. I wasn't the one who spoke on that, but I can easily get that answer.
So I work in an industry that our job is to keep things from going boom. So everything that I deal with will either kill you or burn you, or set fire. Really, it sets a fire, and then it'll burn you to death. And if it doesn't do that, it'll kill you just straight out. So I deal with a lot of PPE, I deal with a lot of fire suppression systems, and a lot of these companies are having to go back through and pump out their foam suppression systems because they're filled with PFAS, which is toxic to water and humans, and it's bad stuff. Better life through science. Okay, I digress on that. One of my friends has been working in the IT field for years. He has since went from a company employee to an independent contractor, which he, at first he didn't love, but it's a portable job. He can work here, he can work in Atlanta, he can work anywhere he wants to as an independent contractor. The downside of that is you have to pay for your own medical, your own retirement, and all these other things that we're assuming that this company is going to bring with these full-time positions. So if you staff it with freelance or something like that, well,
I'll comment on the makeup of the jobs, and this will also be kind of evident in the jobs report through that strategic economic research. These are on-site jobs. They're not remote jobs. They are not mobile jobs. They tend to be on-site, switching out servers, dealing with monitoring of the facility. And again, these are not mobile remote jobs.
No, but
there's also a lot of induced and indirect jobs that are not a part of that. We'll cover all that in our upcoming reports for you.
agreed, but my business has tons of contractors. They are not on the payroll at all. They get no benefit. Their company assumes all liability, all risk for them. Now, some people are freelancers, which are basically another form of contractor. You show up, you assume all the risk. And it could be feast or famine. But whether it's
Those specifics in general, if you're a 1099 employee, right, there's different compensation levels to oftentimes account for that.
But I think a lot of people are hearing 100 jobs and be like, oh yes, this is 100 jobs. Can you imagine what that's going to do? But it's 100 contractor jobs that aren't really paying the bills. And if you leave, we got more people from St. Louis or Chicago or somewhere else, Springfield, come on down. We'll get you a job.
I understand your concern. The job numbers we're quoting are intended to be full-time on-site jobs.
For contractors or company employees? There's a
Company
huge
employees.
difference. Okay, so if Google Cloud, and I am a network engineer, I'm not, but let's say this, I could get a job with Google, not with some other subsidiary company that, or a freelance contractor. I would have a job with benefits from Google.
Every company we've dealt with in this space is in that category. These are employees of the company.
Okay, so I appreciate it. I know your job is very hard. I appreciate your time. Have a good day.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth. I live off of Spring Valley. And I'm also a farm owner in another community that is worse than this, that the land's already been purchased. I want to say thank you for listening to us before anything actually happened. And then one thing is, Chris, I think you mentioned you're from East Alton, Wood River. So is my husband. And they were not born when the refineries came. Every single family member, my generation, has a birth defect because of benzenes in the water. So I'm asking you guys to really do a due diligence because the defects are really bad. My husband has spent 60 days in the hospital due to benzenes. And I have a question for you guys. Have you guys looked at the European countries and why they are forcing the data centers out and the long-term effects? No? I do have research articles if you guys need them. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm vertically challenged here. Oh, and that's just, so, there we go. Hi, my name is Krista Elliott. I am a resident of Troy. Nice to meet you. I moved here about a year and a half ago. I came from Salt Lake City, which does have some data centers. But you know what? They're not in communities. Like everyone around here, we've seen that you target places without communities. So I know that we're doing a lot of listening and asking questions. I guess I just want to understand from somebody that is looking at short-term and long-term growth. I just put a lot of money into a house here. Are you guys like happy with where you're living at right now, that if you resold it in a year after the data center came, that you would get the profit you were hoping? Yes or no, please?
I can't hear your question. Were we happy with what?
So my question for you is, if you are in this community, you just bought a house, are you excited about a large data center coming in that could destroy property values? would that make you want to be in that community long-term? Because all you do is you see exit signs with the property values, with the health issues. What would you do if you were in my shoes?
Well, I will tell you that I don't know. I mean, I've heard people say that they believe property values would go down. In DeKalb, they did not. In Papillion, Nebraska, they did not. There were two other communities I don't remember. I just kind of did a quick search online to see what real estate prices were over like from 2018 forward. And you know, every community where I looked, property values did go up. Now, I would also take the counter argument to that, that even if there wasn't a data center, property values probably would have gone up because property values go up. Typically, real estate goes up over time. So I don't know that I would agree with the assessment that property values automatically go down because the data center is within the community.
Well, most of those findings are from places where the data center isn't in a community. It's not next to a church. It's not down the road from a school. This is different than a lot of data centers from the ones that I saw in Salt Lake. I chose Troy. I get that not everyone is brand new here and they have long communities here. But we need to actually start thinking about what happens when they graduate high school and decide that this is not where they want to live. What happens to the people that have moved here and decide this quality of life isn't what they want? And I know that this is the beginning. So I guess my question for you, because I don't want to keep too much time, what are you doing to help create transparency? Meaning I see that there is a recording, lots of people here. I've also been to other meetings here where, not in this location, where it was jam-packed and we couldn't even get into the room. Are we getting published answers from the questions that are being asked? Is that on the website for Troy? How can you help us be informed so that we can do exactly what we're saying here, is be involved in both? You want to change my mind about whatever I've seen on Facebook? Publish the information. Make it accessible to all of us. So if we can't come because it's 5 o'clock and we don't get off work until after 5, we're not at a deficit to express our opinions one way or the other. Can I get you to commit to that level of transparency? Because right now I hear a lot of people carrying very loudly. It sounds like you've got a great group of people that want to recommend SMEs, and I would hope that you would rely on the community of people that right now are naysayers. If you move forward, you need to keep the naysayers around, because it's the only way you're going to protect Troy, and it's the only way you're going to protect your people here in this room, the supporters and the non-supporters.
I understand what you're saying, and to your point of the first meeting that people showed up for, we did have enough room, and then the second meeting, which wasn't a meeting about a data center, it was a council meeting, we had overflow, but it wasn't on the agenda, and we didn't anticipate a large crowd of people showing up as they did. As soon as we did get large crowds, we have moved here to the high school because we want to have engagement. So I don't think that the goal is not to have transparency. The goal is we were never prepared for 400, 500 people to show up at a meeting.
Suppose that there's worse things to have, right? You've got involved citizenry right now, and we all want the information that you are citing and you're looking for. No offense, you can give us the answers. I want all the answers. I want to be able to assess where those sources are and be able to do an analysis. Because right now, I'm not seeing yes, this is definitively a good thing for us to move forward with. And I want to know what you're seeing and why there's hesitation.
And I will tell you, as I sit here, I don't know if it's a good thing for us to move forward with. We don't have a proposal in hand. We don't have, other than today, I know Chairman Slusser actually ran the numbers when we've been waiting for quite some time to get what we figured the assessed value would be so we could figure those numbers. So that today's the first time I saw those figures. I saw them shortly before the meeting, the chairman showed them to me. So we're trying to get those answers, we just don't have them yet. And as we get them, we will certainly share that information.
Will there be meeting minutes from this conversation that will be published on the Troy website?
Kim, will we have any meeting minutes from this evening? The audio of the meeting? Okay, so we will have audio of the meeting, yes.
For the questions that we've had people say, can you just email us because I know you've got other questions or we're waiting on response. Can we get a statement that yes, all of those emails about information being requested to the Clearfield and to our folks here for the city?
To share the
that
answers
needs
to
to be
those
shared
questions?
publicly on the website. When can we expect those?
I don't know. I don't know when we'll have all the answers.
But you have to still publish something, right? Like, I don't want to walk away and because I can't make the next meeting, I miss critical information. That's all I'm getting at. And if we want to be open and working through this process, publish the information. Share out the sites that you find compelling, because I want to see that.
Sure, I understand.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Hello, my name is Dina Schromick. I am running for precinct committee person representing Turtle Creek. I'm going to be asking questions on behalf of Senate candidate Jonathan Dean, who submitted questions in advance, but one of the questions that he asked did not get asked in its full extent. So, the first question I have there been studies conducted either by Cloverleaf, the city, or independent contractors regarding how much water the center will be using and how that will impact the quality of water for the city residents, whether existing water delivery systems can handle that kind of use, and what water use the Project Beacon, or what water use by Project Beacon will do to the overall supply of water, including the cost of water for residents and small businesses. And if you have done these studies, can you release them to the public?
We don't have a study per se. We've been told by Cloverleaf that as a closed loop system, it would require about 1 million gallons of water. I think our public works director said earlier that we can produce over 4 million gallons per day. And it's not a per day need of 1 million gallons. We're currently using, I think he said 1.4 million gallons for our city usage. So supplying the water for a closed loop system would not be difficult.
What electricity generation will be built alongside the project at the time of construction? If none, are there electricity generation projects slated to be developed after the project is completed?
I can take that. So, as I said before, we're working on this. Is early days. We don't have power, but those are steps ahead.
What studies have been conducted regarding local electrical grid reliability now with this project built? Can you please share those studies?
Ameren is performing those studies. We haven't received them, but we'll try and share them. There's some confidential NDAs we signed with Ameren, which make that difficult.
Okay, so just from a citizen perspective, I have heard a lot of I don't knows, and I can't answer that. If the objective of this meeting was to get buy-in from the community for this project, you haven't gotten it from me. So, thank you.
Good evening, I'm Dan Murphy. I'm a 22-year resident of Troy. Love it here. I just had a quick question. Did you guys just throw a dart at a map one day, or what brought you to Troy?
Yeah, I can address. Can you hear me? All right, okay. I think we've discussed this a little bit earlier. It's all based upon points on the grid that made sense to us from an energy perspective. And the substation a little bit to the south, the Jarvis substation, was kind of the target that seemed to have some offtake capacity. We've kind of then looked out in a circle of the first site to us that made sense. Again, I know that's a topic of of contention, but the site that made sense to us was north of 40 and east of the interstate because of, an interstate and a major highway.
Are you looking at other areas around here?
We have now learned that site from the meeting last Monday that the mayor had gone on record saying he and the aldermen are not supporting it. So we are starting that process, but we're 1 week into that. And
No, I don't mean here in Troy. I mean anywhere around us.
oh, sure. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that. Yes, we have, and I've done presentations in Granite City. They've had a meeting last week also to kind of start talking about introducing zoning codes. I think last Thursday they had that first public input meeting. There will be a series of additional meetings there. So we've explored there. We've looked at a couple areas, but those are the two sites that Troy and in Granite City that we're active in.
Okay. So when you started this area, did you contact the county first to see where the best places would be, or because you're not from here, right?
Correct.
So did you go through the county first to kind of see what might be available?
We kind of looked at our own analysis, and we have people that do siting as their main job role for Cloverleaf. And again, it starts at energy and works its way out. Then you sit down and start looking at zoning codes. Are there existing zoning codes there or not? And if there isn't, then we start talking with jurisdictions of, have you guys considered this? Do you have any codes? Is this something that there's any level of interest in? And that's kind of the early stages. And it leads to a process such as this, is an outward public-facing Q&A session and other public processes.
I guess a direct question. Did you have contact with somebody in Madison County that maybe said, check at Troy?
No, this was our own moving forward based upon the Jarvis substation.
Okay, I was wondering. One other thing, Mr. Mayor, I can speak for a lot of people in Troy. We love what you're doing with our city. All right, for 30 years, nothing happened here. All right, and now the downtown is alive. Things are happening. We like that. All right. What we don't want is you to try to hit a home run at one thing here. We want you to keep hitting singles and every now and then a double, all right? Keep Troy the way it is. That's why we all live here. We love this place. Can't get enough of it. I was in the Air Force for 22 years, and I stayed here because of the schools, the people. This is what we want. We really think, my friends, my neighbors, we think this is not going to be a good fit for us. We don't want to grow that big right away. What you're doing is working. Please keep doing that.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Charlie Bailey Jr. I'm the business manager at Steamfitters Local 439. And I'm also the vice president of the Southwestern Illinois Building Trades. And, I've heard a lot of sentiment about, how the ramifications of the cooling and all that stuff is. I mean, we can talk redundancy all night on stuff like that. But the real thing I want to talk about, I'm not a citizen of this town. I go, but our building trades represent 600 of you guys. So that's 600 homeowners. That's not 600 residents. So we are a big percent. We're almost 10% of your community. So to tell us that we're really just here with orange shirts on to rubble rouse and nobody's from here, we are from here. So don't do that. And second thing I add, it's a kind of good thing that we're in a high school right now. Because every year in October, Triad High School comes to the career fair down at Belleville Fairgrounds. And there's always 50 people from Triad that come to that CTE program, that are in this CTE program. If we do not grow industry in this area, whether you want to build here or not, this can't be taboo like all over Madison, St. Clair, Monroe County. This is the new industrial boom of this area. You're not going to get a chemical plant. You don't want a chemical plant. We got places for that. This is stuff that can be built in normal areas and not affect you. But we can't, excuse me? We'll build them everywhere. But here's the thing, how can we, ma'am, can I talk? because I've heard a lot of rude things tonight. Nobody lets anybody talk. We haven't said one word in an orange shirt here tonight. We have not.
We
We have
support
not.
unions, we don't support data centers.
I did that. And we had one person talk. Can we talk? It's insanity. So when you have these kids that want to come into our trades, and we're welcoming them, we want them to come to our business and be in the laborers, the fitters, the boilermakers, the electricians. We're inviting them to join. But if we kill every business and new opportunity that comes to this area, we have nowhere to send them to work. We can build. Man, I got the mic now. The high school building over here right now, that's a the middle school building. That's a temporary job. They keep saying these are temporary jobs, these data centers. The pipe fitters, the electricians, and a lot of other trades, sprinkler fitters, they're in these things after they're built continuously. There's 25, 30, 40 fitters in these data centers all over the country right now. The same with the electrician. So everybody can shake their head, go to these places and check them out. I'd say do it. The only protection you guys should be trying to have, and if you don't want one here, that's fine. The thing is, you cannot be anti-growth at all.
Are you asking a question?
Yes, sir.
I haven't heard one yet. Let him talk. Let him talk.
This is a comment on the labor issue. So the question I have, under these SUPs, if this was done in this community, would a PLA be under the same thing with the SUP, and we could require that whoever designs on developing this thing would be under a project labor agreement?
We can certainly add that into the shared use permit requirements, sir.
And it is in the state MOU.
And
because that's one protection for the new future generation of our workforce. So, these people have a very good right to be concerned about certain issues with these things. But we're trying to make sure that end of it's protected, because workforce and development, bringing things to an area and not having any guarantees that you're going to have workforce. I understand the in-house people. There's a concern on how many numbers that is to build these data centers. The 1,500 whatever construction workers that are here for a year, 2 years, 5 years. You don't know. That's a lot of impact on your local economy as well. So thank you for having me. Sorry we had somebody talk.
I'm a 25-year IT industry professional. I have worked at a data center, I've maintained a data center, I've inspected data centers, and I work with programs that use our customers of data centers. You have mentioned closed loop cooling. Closed loop cooling is only for the processors. Power supplies for each one of these racks is air cooled. So these buildings have to be cooled via some means. Either a lot of electricity, or they use swamp cooling, which is the cheapest and essentially 85% efficient. Swamp cooling uses a lot of water. What is your current estimate of the daily water usage for the swamp cooling to cool the interior of the building, not the actual computers?
My understanding is swamp coolers are not used, period. It's closed loop systems and it's other air conditioning systems.
Okay, so Amazon and their systems, I've been to a few of them.
How recently?
Well, I support system. I haven't been to one in a little bit, but I have worked with programs currently that use Amazon, Google, Azure. We don't use Meta, but these systems, they use water to the tune of 1 to 5 million gallons per day just for the evaporation to cool the buildings. So, Ray, can we support another 5 million gallons per day of water that's being processed through our water treatment plant with no water going back in through the sewer to go back in and be processed?
Well, our system can't support 5 million gallons per day now.
Additionally,
It can't support 5 million gallons a day now.
Okay.
Our system can filter 4.3 million gallons per day.
okay. So you're saying
The question is what is the daily use?
the additional,
And we see no proposal, earlier discussion about our system when we provided how much we could supply.
okay,
We asked the question, how much are you going to use a day? And we were given a number of 32,000 gallons per day. That's all the information I have so far.
okay. Might want to take a closer look at it. Another thing, these data centers, yes, they use electricity, they have water requirements. They also have requirements for fiber optic to go into trunks. Who is going to be responsible for getting the easements to lay all this fiber optic cable? I have a feeling that the fiber optic cable to go to a data center of this magnitude will be in excess of 6 inches in diameter. And if they are smart, they'll be redundant and go in multiple directions. So who is going to be paying for the easements to run all this fiber optic cable? And where's the closest trunk line to the city of Troy and to this data center?
I'll cover the cost part of that. Is that cost for the fiber connectivity, and it depends on the type of system, right? If it's a cloud computing availability zone, right? That's a multiple site, all connectivity, dark fiber that those companies will build, obtain easements for, and pay for themselves. Same thing if it's an AI, the connectivity into the fiber trunk lines are acquired, the easements for it by that end user, the data center company, paid for, and easements acquired from them.
Okay. So where are the trunks that they will be tying into?
I don't have an answer to that at the moment.
Because many years ago, Troy was promised to have fiber optic internet to their homes. We're talking 10 years ago. Still hasn't happened.
Well, I can tell you that we currently have a right-of-way permitting agreement with I3 Broadband, who is bringing fiber optic to the entire community.
Okay.
AT&T has been there for years, but decided not to advance that.
Yes, and I just got a notice from AT&T. I'm losing my internet. I'm going to have to use cellular internet, which I'm lucky if I have one part on.
I agree.
And
the city's been notified that we have to remove we have to get rid of the POTS lines as well.
Right. So my concern is, yes, you state it's closed loop. Yes, I know closed loop. I've worked on it. I've maintained it. But I know that you have to have other HVAC, and I know these data centers have to maintain interior temperatures about 55 degrees because of all the excess. There's no way, if you're just going to use electricity to do that, you're talking well more than 500 megawatts you spoke of earlier for the size of the building you're talking about. So that's something the city needs to get all the facts before they move forward, especially with water, power, and the requirements for easements. Thank you.
First, I'd like to say that I am petrified of public speaking. So, I came here with 4 pages of questions and I gave them to the moderator. It didn't work out quite the way I planned, so I'm going to send emails to all of the people individually. But someone spoke earlier and I wanted to follow up on something that I heard, and I apologize if this has already been asked, and it should be a pretty simple question or set of questions. You said that you would test 8 generators at a time when it came time for monthly testing, correct?
I believe that was a comment that Jay Keevan made from his experiences in conversations with the city of Papillion.
Okay.
Yeah, that is correct. That's what the assistant city administrator at Papillion told me, that they allowed for 8 at a time.
Okay. How many generators does a typical 500 megawatt center use for backup?
That's something that's handled in final design, and it's something that's controlled through environmental permitting of how many of those can be activated.
I understand that, but I'm just asking how many generators does a typical one? It doesn't have to be this one, but just a typical one. I mean, I used what you want to bring into this town to get a basic answer sitting back there. I used AI, and they gave me 180 to 220 generators. Typically.
I believe that's high.
You believe that to be high?
Correct.
But it's still probably going to be in the 100.
The numbers I've heard, again, I don't design these things, and they're all evolving and changing, is it's dependent on what they can get for permitting. Again, this being a non-attainment zone, that number is likely to be less. Depends on the systems they're using and the networks that they're looking to back up. I think the number's closer between the 40 to 60 range, but don't hold me to that. I will look at it and put a posting on a more specific answer.
I'll run with the 40 to 60 for right now. If there is a power outage while the rest of the town is quiet, those generators are all going to get going at the same time because there's some redundancy just in case some trip or some don't start. What kind of noise level is that going to be?
I believe they still need to be within noise parameters. And those, I think I touched on this earlier, when those are initiated, they're set to back up the network systems and to cool the chips down until the power's back and restored.
But everything that I researched in the limited amount of time that I had to while I was here was that they're all going to be on, at least at first.
That's a likely scenario, with the exception of there are redundants. If they need 3 of them, they have a 4th there as an emergency backup to the emergency backups.
Right, which is what I stated earlier.
But not all
So,
in that scenario would be.
if that level of noise hits us, especially at night, can I assume that they would get fined for that if it's over the decibel level?
In an emergency situation, I don't know that we would find them for that. I don't know what the decibel level would be. The ones that I saw, again, and I'm going by limited experience, but the ones that I saw in the pavilion, they were within structures to avoid the louder noises. So I don't know if they would be above what would be allowable.
If they're in structures, where does that exhaust go?
It goes out the top.
So it just dissipates out to our air? I mean, I know it's going to dissipate anyway, but these are not, and now it's confined.
Yeah, they're not here. Yes, the exhaust goes outside of the structure, yes.
Okay. I just needed to know that if we have power outage at night where it should be quiet, those of us who are close to it, like I live in Meadowbrook, the proposed site that I recently saw, whether or not that's the one that actually happens, don't know. But I would be within 3,000 feet of this. I'm going to hear 40 to 60 generators from there. I asked what the decibel level was for, I live about 1.5 miles to 2 miles from the railroad tracks. I can hear those trains, the thump of those trains when they go through. And I was told that train sound is roughly what that data center is going to sound like only 24 hours a day. But when the generators kick on, that's going to be something worse. I personally don't want that. But thank you for listening.
This week and last week, I've heard the city say that they are going to represent the people of this community and do what the community wants. So my question is, it's kind of obvious based on what I'm hearing. I don't think this community wants this. So why are you going to continue with this process? I mean, if we don't want it, stop it now. Are you ultimately going to represent the community, or are you going to represent the money-making corporation? But I have heard this week and last week, more than once, I heard, we want to represent the community. Then I beg you, please represent it. I don't think this community wants it. And if you're truly telling the truth and being transparent on that, then you won't continue the process, because it's just going to cost a whole lot of money to get the experts and all of that. And then if they, if we still don't want it, you've spent all that money, are you just going to continue on and say, okay, we're representing you with what we think you want? Or are you going to give us what we want?
contact your alderman, tell them your views, and they will vote accordingly.
I am
We're not
asking,
going to circumvent the planning committee. We're not going to, those people put in a ton of time, and they educated themselves to the system. They come to meeting upon meeting upon meeting. It would not be fair to them, as well as anybody else, to circumvent that portion of the process.
okay, but I do believe, I could be wrong, please correct me, but I do believe you're the one that I've heard say it more often than not, that we want to represent the community. So ultimately, if you really want to represent the community, it needs to be going to a vote, maybe not a non-binding, it could be a non-binding vote. But if the citizens don't want it, and you're telling us you want to represent us, then represent us.
We are. We absolutely will.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome.
Hi, I have a question for Cloverleaf. Is it true that you are looking for 3 sites in the metro area? 1 is primary and 2 is backup?
As far as 3 sites, when we were first looking at it, we were exploring the options of an availability zone, which is 3 redundant and similar sites. They all share information. They're all mirroring information, I should say, and the purpose for that is if you have an outage at one or, heaven forbid, a disaster of some sort, there's still 2 that are operational. Those systems often include, banking information, online information, your emails. Those are all on those kind of availability zone multi-site facilities. So that's kind of how we started that. As we've started to engage with some users, I think that's still an option, but we're looking at others of, is this a little bit larger play? Is this 2 sites versus 3? Is it a neocloud? That's all ahead of exactly how that shakes out. But yes, we did start with that. The one thing is, one, it wasn't a primary, and the other's like backups. It's if it was a 3-site deal, they're all legs of the stool.
And is it true that Granite City now has put on pause any consideration for their data center in Granite?
That's not my understanding. They had a public information meeting as a precursor to a zoning hearing to gather information for the public. That was last Thursday. I believe they'll have it on the next planning commission meeting as well.
Okay, well, I just read news within the last day that they are postponing any decision making.
Yeah, it's for public input. It's the purpose of that.
Well, thank you, Troy, for this opportunity to come in. I hope you will listen to the residents, and we will be at the next planning committee meeting. Thank you.
My name's Matt Berg. I'm a resident in Troy for 25 years. All I have a question for, I don't know if you can answer it or city official to answer it. If this does go through, the infrastructure going to this, will it be oversized in case there's future development in that area? I'm just trying to, I live here, I'm just like, I'm one of the kind of people that like to get that kind of information. I'll address it to you or address it to you guys, or, is there any guarantees that it'd be like oversized infrastructure, water and sewer and that going in if some future goes up there?
It's my understanding it wouldn't be an oversized system. It would be based upon the need for the water and other water and sewer demands from the site. If there were any changes to that, obviously you would have to go back through the process, as they had kind of alluded to on the power side. The same would be on the water. And I believe in the ordinances we expected in the use permit to control this to a closed loop system. So water demands would be controlled in that fashion as well. I don't know if that was a concern, or was it wanting to adapt for future growth?
Yeah, future growth. I mean, because if this thing does go, which is kind of got issues here, I just want to know in the future, if something else goes out there, do we have to do more infrastructure work? To be enough infrastructure if something else would go out there, is my question I have.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of other uses that could consume more water in this scenario. So in that case, yeah, you might need additional infrastructure. It could be the other way too. It's kind of hard to predict exactly what that is. Yeah, I think maybe the city wants to add to that, because they'd have a part in the infrastructure certainly, but from what we would be asking for would be sized based upon the facility we're looking at.
Okay, I don't know if you know if you guys answer that question. I'm just curious. I'm a curious person. I just wanted to get some kind of idea if they did go through. That's all I got.
Sir, I can tell you just in general development information is that any time a development is coming in and infrastructure needs to be improved, the infrastructure improvement is borne by the user.
Right.
The city doesn't, the taxpayers don't pay for that infrastructure improvement.
If you, well, another thing, 'cause I know he mentioned the infrastructure right now is like 80 years old out that area, and that's why I wanted to ask these questions. You know, so I'm just, like I said, I'm just a curious person. What knows the answer? Sure. Thank you.
Can you hear me? My name is Bobby Green. I do not have any questions, but I did prepare a statement. I'm the business manager of Labor's Local 100. I represent 177 hardworking men and women. I represent 177 hard-working men and women who live, work, and raise their families right here in Troy. I'm here today to express our strong support for the proposed data center. This project is more than just a building. It's an immediate boost to the local economy. Construction of facilities this size will create hundreds of good paying union jobs right here at home. They aren't low wage positions, they're skilled, safe, and well compensated jobs that put money directly into the hands of local families. But the benefits don't stop with the workers themselves. Every dollar our members earn during construction flows back into Troy. They shop at local stores, they eat at local restaurants, they fill up local gas stations. They support the businesses that make our town thrive. Local contractors, suppliers, and service providers will also see increased business during this time, creating a ripple effect that touches nearly every corner of the community. In short, while the data center is being built, Troy will feel an economic impact immediately on the jobs and wages, to business growth, and increased community activity. This is exactly the kind of responsible economic development that strengthens the town without sacrificing its character. And beyond construction, this project positions Troy for long-term growth. Data centers bring high-tech infrastructure, future-oriented jobs, and stability for years to come. Supporting this project now means securing both immediate economic benefits and prosperous future for the community. On behalf of the Labor's Union, I urge everyone to support this data center. It's an investment in our workers, it's an investment in our local businesses, and it's an investment in the future of Troy, not just during construction, but lasting for decades. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Chad Goldschmidt. I'm the president of the Operating Engineers Local 520. I represent 83 members and their families that live and work in this community, and 1,800 plus members within 16 counties in the Metro East and beyond. I also serve as president of the Southwestern Illinois Building and Construction Trades. Collectively, as a building trades, we represent approximately 10,000 men and women in the construction field in this region. It is a privilege to stand before you today to discuss the opportunity that just isn't about technology, it's about the economic backbone of a region.
we talk about building a new data center here, we aren't just talking about a warehouse for servers. We're talking about a generational investment in hard-working men and women in southwestern Illinois. Some of my statements this evening will more than likely echo some of the statements everyone in this room has heard before, so bear with me. Many people view data centers as strictly high-tech hubs, but for our members, they are massive infrastructure projects. A data center requires specialized, highly skilled workforce to even get it off the ground. We aren't just pouring slabs, we are installing massive cooling systems, power grids, and reinforcing structures that demand the highest level of craftsmanship. These projects require thousands of man-hours from all of the highly skilled tradesmen and women that belong to the Southwestern Illinois building and construction trades. This means keeping our local union members working right here at home, putting paychecks back into our local communities. In closing, by welcoming these facilities, we are positioning Southwestern Illinois as a critical player in the 21st century economy. We are proving that our workforce is ready, our land is capable, and our community is open for business. These projects provide the kind of prevailing wage jobs that allow a worker to buy a home, raise a family, and retire with dignity. When we build these data centers, we aren't just building the internet, we are building a stronger, more resilient community. Thank you for your time this evening.
Like my two predecessors, I actually have questions for you all. So, has the city of Troy or Cloverleaf reached out to the commanding officer of the 375th Airborne Wing Scott Air Force Base to discuss how a 500 megawatt facility, a massive metal structure 12 miles, might impact the training, flight gas, and integrity of the Troy VOR?
Could you repeat that?
We have not reached out to the Air Force Base.
You've not reached out to him?
No.
Sir, there's a reason I didn't ask these questions. It's because I don't think anyone knows the answers. They're very complicated. So the plan is to respond to them to the best of our ability once we look into it. That's all.
I understand. I still ask the question. Has Cloverleaf reached out to them?
No, same answer as Aaron gave. We've been supplied the questions. I think we've been asked a couple of times, as is your wife, and we respect your questions, and we will review them and get back with you.
Yeah, as a pilot, I'm a pilot also. Since the Troy VOR is part of the FAA Minimum Operational Network, a national security fallback for GPS, what specific shielding will Cloverleaf use so that they don't create a dead zone or signal bin in military, commercial, and medical aircraft? No answer?
That'd be a question to take with the end user.
Okay, so there's more, but I'm gonna go ahead and I'll skip all the stuff there. For the city, the Formosa Road TIF does not cover this current, the current footprint that they're proposing?
There's no proposal on the table. They're looking south of RP Lumber for most of the commercial. There's no TIF. The Formosa TIF.
Is the city planning to extend the TIF to include that area?
The city has no plans to extend that TIF.
Okay, great. That takes care of a lot of it. What's the actual height in feet to the top of the structure, including fans and cooling systems, and how does this compare to the homes nearby?
So the height of it will be, again, through final design, and it'll be within the ordinances and/or the special use permit when we get to that point.
Okay. What special anti-scalants and corrosion inhibitors will be added to the water to deal with Troy's hardness? And will those chemicals be present in the water discharged back into our local treatment system?
We have not done any water testing to determine that, and it will also be part of the design of the actual facility.
Troy's got really hard water.
Yeah, we've heard that, yeah.
For the city, can Troy's current wastewater plant handle the high mineral and chemical concentration in their blowdown water without requiring a tax-funded upgrade?
Is your question is that the water would have chemicals in it coming into our system?
Right.
I don't think we're going to allow chemicals coming into our system from their wastewater.
They're gonna, well, they have to have chemicals in there.
That can be treated, that can be pre-treated, right?
The water consumption and in turn the discharge to the sewer system is domestic water that will be for restrooms, showers, drinking fountains, and very much like an office building.
Thank you. Thanks, understand. All right, are there any, I guess that's it for me. Will there need to be an upgrade to our systems to handle, the wastewater systems to handle any blowdown from them? You don't know?
We would not anticipate that what they would put into our waste system would require an upgrade to our wastewater treatment plant. However, we are working on plans to improve our wastewater treatment plant just because we are required to do so at this time, with or without a data center.
This is for Cloverleaf. Will the site use site stream filtration or will they be blowing down?
I don't know how to answer that differently. Anything that's related to a specific design of a facility is not something that we can answer now. It's a future design question.
Okay, thanks.
I'll be much quicker this time. Is there an estimated timeline for the proposal?
We have not submitted a zoning application. I think a lot of it's based upon getting feedback from the community, getting a chance to just share our, opinions of this. And I think, I don't even remember when the next zoning submittal is, but we've got some work to do with, sounds like power, to have better answers for that. And we also have some stuff on the economic impact side of it, including jobs, forecasting, our view of property tax benefits, and all those things will be taken care of before we make an application.
For myself and then probably most of the individuals here, any guesstimate timeline, month, 3 months?
It would, if there's positive outcomes from conversations, we would be looking somewhere in the next 30 to 60 days for an application. And then, of course, all that's a public planning commission and everything's out there as well. I think it would probably be wise to have another kind of Q&A session in conjunction with that. And if there is a site that's adjacent, kind of the residential neighborhoods, some meetings with them to understand their concerns. I think all of those would be good practices before we would just put in an application and wait for the formal publications to come out and then have a lot of concern.
Okay, thank you. And
yeah, great question.
Over here for the elected officials, Chris, you had mentioned that we maybe should demand that if the elected officials that are running pledge to vote or agree with public opinion, what does that look like as far as when it hits a point, and would you be willing to pledge that to both of you?
To pledge what?
To pledge, if the public opinion is that we don't want a data center, or vice versa, either way, what would...
I would say, my platform has just been economic development and bringing opportunities, and if the community does not want it, I would never support something that a community doesn't want.
Sure, so at what point, what determines that for you as far as a community wanting or not wanting?
Well, I think the city council is going to listen to the community. There's no city council that's going to vote for a project that nobody in their community wants. I mean, common sense would tell you that. But I think I leave it up to the individual cities. If they don't want it, then I'm not for it either. And I don't think anybody on the stage would be, including Cloverleaf. They wouldn't want to be here if they're not wanted here. So.
Would you clarify your question for me? You're asking if the city would pledge to
individuals, not the city, just you as an individual, an elected official. Chris had mentioned it may be a good idea to have elected officials pledge that if there is enough outcry for or against either way, that they would pledge that that's how that would go.
So the pledge I was talking about earlier was a pledge for property tax reduction, but they would have to commit to that.
Okay, I must drastically misunderstood.
Yeah, so because I said the cynic in me and probably everybody is, can you trust all these taxing districts to actually lower property taxes? This would be a little bit unique situation because it would be such a dramatic increase that it would be very difficult for any of the taxing districts to justify capturing all of that growth because there's no way their need would double or go up by 75%. But what they could do is capture a little bit of the new growth to pay off some, like school bonds, to help pay off those or some infrastructure issues in the city. But beyond that, they have to be committed to lowering property taxes. Otherwise, there's just no community benefit.
Sure.
How's that?
All right. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm back for more questions. So you talked about, I appreciate what you're saying, that it takes a lot of effort to get people to come vote. There's what, about 11,000 people, registered voters in Troy? How many registered voters?
I don't have an accurate number of how many actual registered voters are in Troy.
Okay, there's already a change.org petition for, I'm sure you saw it, for the no data center. There are already over 4,300 people. I don't know if those are Troy residents. I don't know if they're bot people that are doing that. That tells me, I mean, how many people voted for you in the last election?
We have less than 2,000 people vote.
Okay, so we've already got 4,300 people that are saying they don't want this. Does that kind of tell you that we're not interested?
Believe me, I hear what you're saying, but you know, there's 6,000 votes out there that
Okay.
we don't know.
So then that brings me to my next question. What is an advisory ballot vote? I want more explanation how we go about to do this. Is that back to you, gentlemen? The council has a vote, so again, the people, there's nothing I can do. If I go walk house to house and get a petition of 2,000 people, how does it work then, please? Because it's an unincorporated area? So we, the residents, are screwed? We don't get to vote? So there's no way for us, the people, can go vote for this, yes or no? What can we do? I'm trying to understand, what can we do to try to bring this to ballot? Could you, okay, would you guys vote for that?
That would be in consensus of the council, ma'am. I don't.
How many people are on the council? I don't know.
8 people.
8 people, so I would need 5 out of those 8 to say yes?
I'm not versed enough on that to speak, ma'am. I don't.
When is the next council meeting that we can talk about that? Is that a public meeting?
They're all public meetings, ma'am.
Okay, so when is the next one?
Next Tuesday, the 17th. They're typically the first and third Mondays, but next Monday is a holiday, so it's next Tuesday.
Okay, so I can again put this on Facebook, my friends, everybody in Fawn Meadows, that say we could come to that meeting and say, ask that we try to get some advisory ballot for vote, or at least try to talk you guys into bringing this to the vote to the city of Troy.
You can do that, yes.
Okay, next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday evening. The meeting will be, I believe, here or it'll be in another school.
Here at Trident High School?
Yes.
At what time?
Our meetings are at 6:30 p.m.
So 6:30 p.m., I come back, I get other representatives to ask you guys to bring this up to vote. And would you tell us that night already? You're gonna say yes or no? Or are you just gonna say, I'll take it into consideration and walk away?
You can address the council and they will make that determination, but they're most likely not going to put it to a vote of a referendum on that, or put it to a vote for a referendum on that evening.
Okay. Because Fawn Meadows is an unincorporated, how do we get a voice, Chris?
You could annex into the city if you're contiguous with city property. So Fawn Meadows is kind of a strange place. You don't have an alderman, you're not in city limits. And I feel your pain. You know, we extend that to anybody who's out of city limits to come in We want to serve you, we want your police protection, we want your water, sewer rates are cheaper once you're inside the city. You know, a lot of people don't want to be in the city because they want to be able to burn or shoot or different things like that. And I respect that, you know, everybody makes that own decision. But if you did want to come into the city, we'd be more than willing to have you and give you representation.
So right now, we're kind of, because we're all by ourselves, we have no voice for right
Your
now.
voice is being heard right now.
All right, so I'll be there next Tuesday. So it's Mr. Lake, right? You mentioned you would come talk to the residents of Fawn Meadows. When do you propose to do that?
Before any submittal.
Before submittal, so before the next 30 days or 60 days, and how will you contact us?
Do you have an association by chance or any formal way that I could reach out? If not, I can just work through direct mailers as an option to addresses. You tell me what's the best way to.
There are 4 tables of Fawn Meadows. I don't know. I can't speak for everybody in the group, but definitely something in the mail from Cloverleaf, from you directly.
Sure.
Would be great.
Yeah, we can get addresses and send those out to the addresses from the county sites.
Okay, and you will do that by?
At least we'd have a mailer. I would want to give you a minimum a week's notice before a meeting. We want to have that meeting a week before submittal, so at least 2 weeks prior to any submittals.
Okay.
I do want to address one item you mentioned, change.com. I don't know if you're familiar with how that operates.
I am not.
If you put in an email address, as long as it doesn't get bounced back, it allows you to move forward and sign a petition. So if you pick johnsmith@gmail.com, it doesn't get bounced back, you can fill out a petition. Once you do that, it'll link you over to all kinds of different petitions all throughout the country. So there's a very high chance that many of those votes were in those petition signatures were from folks outside of Troy.
And I understand that. It could be bots, it could be whatever. I understand that. But still, to me, 4,300, considering that the last election was 2,000, that still tells you that's a lot. A lot of voices in Troy are saying, we don't want this.
Or elsewhere, right? That's the challenge. We've not seen very good results compared to petitions in other markets when there's actual signed petitions by residents.
I got you. So that's why I'm going back to my city representatives, which I don't really have. We want to be heard. Troy wants to vote on this. Okay, thank you.
Just one question this time. Jeff, you mentioned that you're not currently investigating opportunities in Missouri. Can I ask why?
Energy, and there's been a lot of activity in that area. And I think from our understanding, we had looked at some stuff in and around the New Florence area, full transparency. That's been probably at least 10 months or so ago. And that was a very crowded queue of folks with applications in. I think you've probably seen a couple of announcements here recently on projects that are moving forward in that area. That was our only interest in Missouri. There's some areas way over on the west side we're exploring but haven't even had a conversation with the community.
So you're saying there's oversaturation for data centers on that side of the river?
From our analysis of what the power availability is and our early conversations with Ameren is there was a lot of applications in the system.
Okay, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Pauline, and I am an owner living on an adjacent property for the project. I live on Hunter Drive, and I also work on Commercial Drive. So between my work and where I live, I'm going to be surrounded by the project. I would like to ask you some questions about timeline. So you said 30, 60 days, maybe potentially a proposal. Would you say if the project moves forward, early construction in 2027 is something feasible?
I think they'll be early start of construction in 2027. A lot of it's
Sorry, thank you. Sorry about that. Early construction, the earliest possible date we would see would be in 2027. The key is tying up the delivery of the building to the delivery of the power. And we have a better understanding from Ameren or the co-op of when that power will be available. That's a better time to answer when would we start so that that building gets completed at the same time the power is coming online.
So I would appreciate like if we can have like some mailing notice whenever that happen to discuss things. We are like the closest neighborhood that will be affected by the project.
I'm sorry, it was a little far from the mic. Which neighborhood did you say again, ma'am?
I would appreciate if you mail notices for whatever next meeting when that happened before the submission of the proposal.
Oh, the next Q&A. And just to make sure I understood from where to mail that to, were you in one of the surrounding neighborhoods?
Correct.
Okay, perfect.
So a mailing will be appreciated.
Okay.
So I submitted some written objection to the city with specific concern that was stated tonight. When will I have an answer on my concern from the city?
What are your concerns that you need answers to? I don't know what your question is.
Well, I listed a 3-page documentation to the city clerk, and so I would like some kind of answer. If you want, I can go through all of that, but I think you don't have all the answer right now since you didn't do like independent studies or things like that.
So any of the studies that we would do would be obviously after we had a plan that was submitted to us so that it could be reviewed. So, however long it takes experts to do those studies and then we've had the answers.
Do you have a specific budget to, once they submitted the proposal, do you have a defined budget to study and have independent studies done?
We will have a budget for having studies done, yes.
So I think in 2 days, there's gonna be the planning committee meeting, I believe, on Thursday.
There will be a planning committee meeting on Thursday.
And I think the data center might be one of the discussion.
No, data centers are not on the agenda for Thursday night.
Okay, so when the planning committee is going to review the data center discussion?
Whenever Cloverleaf submits a proposal or anybody else submits a proposal for a data center, we have no proposals.
Okay. As far as meetings, I'm a working mom. I don't necessarily have time to come like for 4 hours. I have a 3 and 5 years old at home, and I booked a babysitter tonight to come. But I would very much appreciate if meeting minutes can be submitted on whatever portal or something like that, because it's not like, and I'm not the only one in that situation. There's a lot of people in my neighborhood that not necessarily can come every time. And, we want to know what's going on, follow through the process, so we want to be informed. So we will very much appreciate if you can communicate a little bit more, and that way we don't have to rely on social media.
Sure. All of our city council meeting and all of our planning commission meetings and all of our committee meetings, there's minutes from those meetings that are posted online at the city's webpage through board. It's a program called Board Docs, Doc for short for documents. So you can see the minutes of what is occurring at those meetings there.
Can we submit something before the meeting if we cannot be present?
The agendas are presented before the meeting so you can see what's going to be discussed at the meeting.
Can we submit something online if we have any question, if we cannot be present?
I didn't understand what you were asking. Can you speak a little closer to the microphone, please?
Sure. So if we have any question and we cannot come to the meeting, is there a way we can communicate with you our question or concerns?
You can do so via email or you can call.
Will we get an answer from the meeting minutes then?
The answers of your questions at
Yes.
meeting minutes? If it's a topic that's being discussed at the meeting, yes, the minutes will have the answers to those. Well, it'll have that issue, what was discussed at that meeting, if that's what you're asking. Okay, thank you.
I'm Derek Raymer. I'm the person behind the Change.org petition. So just to answer your question, those 4,300 signatures, and I haven't looked as of today, but a couple days ago, 60% of them are trolls. I'll say it slow, she'll just write it down easy. 60% of them are trolling. Over 83% are the immediate surrounding area. And whether it's petitions, whether it's emails, whether it's phone calls, you saw today that concern is real. Once people were aware of what's going on, this is real. Out and about in Troy, and Alderman, probably a couple weeks ago now, posted, if I could add up all the emails and phone calls I've received the past 9 years, it would not come close to the number I received in the last few days. That aligns to exactly what we're seeing on Change.org. So the real question is, why are you trying to dismiss the community concern instead of addressing it? Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Wedmore, and I'm from Fawn Meadows. I had a couple questions for you. You're talking about needing to be near a substation and the power, correct?
Yeah, adjacency is an important part of the process of how we're reviewing sites.
Was one of the locations that you looked at in the 270, 255 corner off of Engineers Road? There's a substation down in the south right or east
I'm
corner.
not sure exactly what, help me out with like the community and maybe some other wayfinding.
It's the Gateway Commerce area up there.
Sure.
And it's the south side of 270 off of Engineers Road.
Okay.
There's warehouses there.
South of the warehouse is a little ways, there's some big.
Yeah, down in the lower right corner of that block of land is a substation. Carries three.
Stallings, that was the name of it, if my memory's
I
correct.
think so. That's industrial, that's by two interstates. A lot more conducive to surrounding neighbors.
Yeah,
Does that make
yeah.
sense?
If that's the area, again, I apologize, I don't know the roads,
Yeah.
but if you're south of Gateway, we have looked at that, and that area did not have offtake capacity for our application.
Electrical?
Electrical, yeah, it did not have that substation and the systems and the transmission lines either had applications or had capacity issues.
Okay.
But yeah, we did look at that. That's a good piece of ground.
Second question. I have a concern about EMFs, and I wouldn't want to live near a high power line. By putting that right next to our subdivision and you taking high power lines to your facility, can that go subterranean?
Typically not. I don't believe at the 345 kV level those can go subsurface, or if they can, I think there's some issues. I'm not a transmission person, but my understanding is not. If there were another line there, I believe it's paralleling the existing 345 kV line. That's the one that cuts Caddy Corner through that area and then heads west along north of 55 up there.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Jordan. I'll try to keep this as short as I can. I know everybody's tired. We all want to go home. We got to go to work tomorrow. I've tried to eliminate questions that have already been asked, so bear with me for just a few minutes. Since you guys are a fairly new company, can you tell me how many data centers you've actually completed from start to finish?
We have had 3 transactions with end users in a year and some change, representing, I believe, 6.5 gigawatts of power offtake.
Okay.
Connected power.
And so 3 transactions, that means from start to finish of the project. Okay. And do you have any figures on how many communities have decided not to go with you for whatever reason?
Thus far, we have not had any that have rejected any applications of ours.
Okay, good for you. When you the first piece of property was surrounding the park, the preschool, the church. Thanks to our mayor and city council, they've said, hey, that's off the table. So then you went across the street. I understand it's right next to the substation or the grid that you're needing access to, but realistically, did you really feel like going across the street was gonna suffice the city of Troy, that was gonna be okay?
And we haven't submitted an application in on that, right? We had some land we looked at in that area, and I think they alluded to that. That was our first conversation we had.
Okay.
We discovered some site issues that could be constraints, and for us, it felt more appropriate to be north along an interstate and a major highway. And as we're hearing from the community, that's not of interest, and we have not pivoted to other land areas, but that is an action item. Again, this is a week new of information for us, and we're looking into it.
You mentioned earlier that you saw or watched the last meeting, and so that's why I was curious. I was like, well, if he watched it, he could see that probably still was not going to be a good fit for us. Okay. And then no criticism to the city of Troy. We all know the water has some issues around here, in full disclosure. Have they mentioned that to you? Because when you talk about topping off the water and whatever needs to happen for the closed loop system, is the whatever's in Troy water that makes it so hard and why we have to have water softeners, is that been taken into account with how your system will run?
It will in the future, certainly. They'll take water testing and determine what they need to do with that water to get it to the needs of the closed loop system.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then as far as the council, who will be making this final decision? Sounds like the alderman, is that right? Is that an accurate statement?
Well, the planning committee could be objectively making the final decision. They'll give us, we think this is a good idea or a bad idea. And then depending on what they bring to us, we've only overturned their recommendation, I believe, one time. Is that correct? So we're pretty much hand in hand with the planning committee on most everything that we do. So if they would come to us and say, we think we should move forward with this, then the council would actually address it. We put it on the agenda, after we have good information. That was what was important to me, that everybody have information from meetings like this to make a good judgment on how they wanted to move forward. So after the planning committee would say, we'll give this a recommendation of yes, then the city council would take that up and we would vote on it at that time.
Okay. And assuming that Cloverleaf says, yes, we want to move forward with this, we want to give you a proposal for this, how will we as a committee know when it's going to be at a planning commission meeting so we can be there to hear what next steps are?
The agendas are always posted.
So just keep an eye on the
Agendas
website.
are always posted, and the minutes of meetings are always posted.
Okay.
And then if you go to board docs, you can cipher through that and find any individual information that
I tried to get onto that and it would not allow me.
We're working on that. We've got that from a few people, and we're looking at some different options on how to make that a little more user-friendly.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then just a statement, and I'm sorry that our union fellows are gone already, but I don't think the city of Troy people are saying that we're against progress and that we don't want anything else to be built here. I think that at least in that position that we've been looking at, it's just not a good fit. When you have houses and churches and parks and dog social places and all those kind of things, I think somebody at the last meeting said, if this is the way we're going to go, then let's find a good space for an industrial park, not in the position that has been brought forward. So progress is great. We know we have to have progress, or taxes will skyrocket even more. But I just don't think this is a good fit. So thank you for your time.
Okay, a little short here. My concern is that you moved it away from the church and the child care facility, which I greatly appreciate. But now you moved it across the street next to another church, next to a neighborhood, next to another child care facility. I don't understand where that makes sense.
Well, ma'am, just just keep in mind, we didn't move it anywhere. We're, the data processing center people are looking for property that would accommodate the project. We don't necessarily give them different options. That's up to them. They approached us and they said, we wanted to try, the property behind the Baptist and everything. And we said, we didn't think that was a good fit. Then they went to the south and looked at some different property. There were some property owners that were interested in selling that property. I would think that had something to do with that process. They had some issues with the Buckeye Pipeline, high pressure gas line, and a property owner that wasn't willing to be involved. It was totally up to them. And that's when they turned and came back and wanted to run the flag up the pole on the Bethel Baptist portion there. We had that council meeting, I conferred with all our council members. We don't like to jump ahead of planning, but in this situation, we figured, it was probably prudent. And they went back to their option B, which was across the road, and they're working on that option. So it's not like we're offering any individual properties. That's pretty much up to a property owner if they want to sell. We don't want to get into that conversation. That's between potential developers and property owners. We're, again, here just to facilitate that whole process.
Okay, but my question again was, we moved away from a church and a child care to a church and a neighborhood and a child care center, all right there. So what's the difference?
Well, I don't know if there's any difference. They're just kind of seeing what their options are. And again, if they decide and if they do give us a proposal, we'll initiate that as soon as possible. We want to expedite this as quick as possible. We don't want to see y'all, losing sleep like I have and our council members have and our planning committee have. There's a lot of stress involved with this. Like I said, we're going to ferret these waters. Sometimes you have stormy waters. We're going to get through this together and we're going to be better for it at the end. Just got to be patient with this and trust the system.
Well, I personally have PTSD, and I know this constant humming is going to set me off constantly. And so that's a real issue for me. And I know with construction people, because of loud noises, they have to wear all their safety gear. Their ear sets, their shoes, their everything. So am I going to have to start wearing safety gear for my ears to keep from going into panic attacks from this?
I'm not a doctor, man. I wish I could answer that for you. But if you figure it out, you let me know. We'll try it. How's that?
Yeah. Well, I hope I don't have to figure it out because we are definitely against this.
We hear you. We hear you loud and clear.
Hey, good evening. Wanted to thank you guys for doing a great job tonight. I know you're here. It's not easy. My question, I know we had a lot of comments about using professionals, hiring professionals for studies, consultants. Who would be expected to cover those costs?
You talking about for if we hire consultants?
That's correct, yeah. In regards to the data center.
And in regards to the data center, okay, sure. So we have had a verbal agreement that funds could be provided to the city so that we would be able to hire our own consultants, and those funds would be provided by Cloverleaf.
Yeah, I'll add to that. That is a conversation that we initiated if there were costs. It's one in a project site in Wisconsin that we put a reimbursement agreement in place where the city went and hired their own third-party consultants. And so there's no cost for the taxpayers for those items. We reimburse the city for those costs. Just to be clear, it's not anybody we're hiring. It's full discretion of the city to hire the professionals that they deem fit. We just have a public agreement as well that would be reimbursing those costs. Again, that's not something we've even presented to them. It's been a conversation, knowing that there might be a need. It seems there is. This is kind of on the fly, and it's something we would entertain, certainly.
Okay. All right, thank you. The other question. Apart from possible saving on some property taxes, I really haven't heard any positive things that this could bring to the community. I mean, what is that?
Like we touched a little on the community benefit side of things, other programs that can be supported from this. We've heard some on jobs. There'll be more information we'll share on the jobs, both direct jobs that are hired by the community, construction jobs, leading up to that, construction jobs ongoing. So that's another benefit. And then the ancillary benefits from additional jobs and incomes in the community. It's all the kind of induced spending in other organizations, businesses, restaurants, not only during construction, but ongoing. So there's, those will all be in the report that we'll have, and we'll get that out onto either the city site, or we'll find a platform to get that out to the community.
Thank you. One more question. What is the expected sales tax revenue for the commodity that you guys will be providing or selling?
I think one of the big ones, utility tax, and that's one that I think channels through the city. So I might, if it's okay, Jay, kick that one over to you if you have any thoughts.
Sure. They're not selling a product that the city would gain sales tax on. We would, as people have talked about, these things eat a lot of power, so we would receive utility tax. At their full build out, if they're using their full 500 gigawatt, I think was the math that we used for, or megawatts, I'm sorry. It's upward over $4 million a year in utility tax. Now, that being said, our total revenue budget for the city of Troy is probably a little over, it's gonna be over 12 million this year, but it's right about 12 million. So that's an incredible boost, which means, I can balance a budget without an additional $4 million. So there's thoughts, and I've spoken to the mayor about this, to like lower water rates or lower sewer rates. You can use general revenue money to offset water and sewer costs. You can't go the other way. Those are enterprise funds. So potential could be that we could lower water and sewer rates. We do have a substantial sewer plant upgrade that we're going to have to do within the next few years. We've hired an engineering firm to give us estimates on that, and then that process actually will go through the Illinois EPA, and then you get in a queue for your sewer plant upgrades, and then you can be eligible for a low interest loan that the state of Illinois provides. So we could use some of those funds to help pay for that sewer plant upgrade, so that we could either, again, not raise sewer rates or possibly reduce sewer rates. But that's another benefit. It's utility tax, not sales tax, because they don't sell an item. But
okay. Can we touch on it? I guess I'm a little confused because I know data costs money. I know it's a tangible thing on my phone. I got to pay a certain amount of money for my data. Now, I guess I'm confused that there's no tax revenue for a sale.
For sales tax? No, there's no point in sale here.
They're providing a commodity, aren't they?
I understand.
What's that?
It's our point of sale is where our sales tax comes from. So if Ace Hardware here in town sells something, a product here, we receive that sales tax at that point of sale.
That's correct. The data that they're creating, is that not a saleable thing? That's correct. But they have it. I mean, I guess I'm kind of confused. What's the point? I'm pretty sure that there should be a tangible data, how much data is coming out of this. Why would Google want to come here if they're not making some kind of money?
Yeah, that's their business on how they run their business operations, and I can't comment on how they handle revenues and taxes and all of that. That's really theirs. I think they're a stock exchange company, so there's probably some reporting you could look into on how they handle that at a macro level. That's not something we get engaged in.
Okay, I'm pretty sure this is a controversial discussion elsewhere in other data centers, is that their data is actually a saleable product. They are selling this, and they are making money off of this product that they are generating in these machines. So if you guys don't figure out a way to tax that, you're going to be losing out on quite a bit of revenue.
So sales tax is actually charged by the state of Illinois. And there are certain things that they do charge sales tax on, certain things that they don't charge sales tax on. And then our city gets a check from the state of Illinois or a deposit from the state of Illinois once a month with our share of the sales tax that was collected for our area. And my understanding is that the data center product would not receive sales tax. We wouldn't receive sales tax from it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
My name is Steve Miller, and I live in the Fawn Meadows subdivision. A couple of questions. One of them is from your cut sheet here. Most data center buildings are 200 to 600,000 square feet each. Project Beacon is expected to have a total building area between 1.4 and 1.8 million square feet. That's a little bit larger than 200,000 to 600,000 square feet. So my question is, first of all, why? What's different about this one than what you say are most data centers? What's different? And a follow-up to that is, I get the feeling there's some mission creep involved in this. We're hearing the story about what most, or the one in DeKalb, or the 16 or 18 of them or so that are up in Chicago land. And what we're hearing here tonight is about these smaller ones, but we're proposing something that's bigger than, almost 5 times bigger than some of them. So could you somebody speak to that, please?
As far as the square footage numbers, the range, every company has their own prototype of building size, and that's ever evolving and changing over time. But from our review of all the footprints we've seen from our customers, that's kind of the bracket of building size. I mentioned the 1.4 to 1.8 total. That means there's multiple buildings,
right,
different sizes.
Okay, but we're talking about a project, not just the size of the buildings. Correct. What is different about this project that requires multiple buildings that are up to 1.4 to 1.8?
I think most projects hit that classification of multiple buildings with varying sizes depending on the user and the footprint they're going with.
Okay, so the original design is something like 200 to 600,000 square feet. I hate to be anal about this, but it matters, because that's a big variable in the numbers that are being presented, because this is not proposed to be something like most data centers. Correct?
From our experience, most of them that we have done recently are much larger scale. So there may be, the one of them in Wisconsin we touched on was like 1,800 acres, 3.5 gigawatts of power, and unknown number of buildings, but it's significantly larger. It's a different type platform though as well.
Okay, so why was this number used, the 200 to 600,000?
Because that would relate to the number of buildings from the footprints and the megawatts per building we see from our customers that we would assume would match up with the 500 megawatt load floors.
Okay, so there's not an anticipation, just for the record, there's not an anticipation here of some mission creep, and we're going to build it like this right now. We got 300 acres to mess with here, so 5 years from now, it's going to be twice that.
It would all be in the use permit. With the special use permit, it also has a site plan and has building elevations, and all of those are part of the approval of a use permit. And if there's any fundamental changes to that, such as doubling the square footage of the facility,
right? So you come back and
would have to be, in the parameters in the use permit. And if it was different, I think the city could speak to what a difference would be. To me, doubling the size of it would 100% be you got to come back through the process.
Of course, you come back with another SUP application and the whole process surrounding that.
Correct.
Okay.
That's in our experience in every other community we've worked, and I assume they would answer to that, but we assume they would expect the same.
Okay, one last question that I have, and it regards, again, I live in Fawn Meadows, so when the traffic light was being put in on Route 40 and Spring Valley Road, we used Formosa Road quite a bit to come back around to get out of Fawn Meadows area. So I saw all of the electrical work that was going on for a period of a couple of years with the big high tension wire structures that were going out there. And I do believe the Jarvis substation that the gentleman's pointed out as being why we picked that location. So I'm just wondering, what was all that infrastructure put in for 2 years ago? Or was it put in for this?
I can answer the second half of the question. It wasn't put in for this. We didn't have any sites on this site when we started in the market beyond that point, and I'm not familiar with the upgrades that took place previously at Jarvis substation.
That's fair.
If you have anything else from your studies, but I think it's two completely separate items.
Yeah, I agree. Also, residential upgrades and what's needed for a data center are different. Sounds like those were for residential.
Okay, so that was something that Troy was already, was that capital money, capital dollars from the city of Troy, or state mix, or what was that money that went into that?
I'm not familiar with those upgrades, so I can't speak. We were not involved.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, do you know by chance?
I can answer a little bit of that.
Sure.
The upgrade you see on the large poles along Formosa Road and Edwardsville Road, it was all Southwestern Electric connecting to Amerin's substation in Maryville. And the high tension lines that you see running down Formosa towards Liberty.
Crossfield.
Yep, like that. That's connecting the Maryville substation to the Liberty substation, which is further south, Liberty Road. South Liberty.
Okay, all right, that's fair. Thank you.
And then there's none of the city did not invest in any of that. That's all Southwestern Electric.
I'm sorry,
The city did not invest in any of that. That was all the power companies.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
We appreciate everybody coming out tonight. Once again, everybody's voice needed to be heard. And 4.5 hours later, I believe everybody's voice is heard. Like again, if you want any information on the city meetings, it's on the agenda, as long as the minutes. Kind of be patient with us on the FOIAs and the minutes. We're inundated with requests. We'll do the best we can with our staff. They've been working diligently to accommodate everybody. Thank you very much and have a safe ride home.